loosen one and tighten the other. Yeah, guy.
What happened?
Don't strip the threads.
Okay, disconnect. Can we mute this? Ian, tell us what's going on today, David.
What up, y'all? What up, y'all?
What?
Hello.
It's your boy. Testing 1 2 1 2.
Are we live?
Let's wait till they start doing the announcements.
Oh, good call.
Because we'll be like halfway through our intro and they'll be like, "Oh, the match show." Blah blah blah.
Where is our intro music? Do we have anything? This summer.
I thought you guys had countdowns for each person.
My name is Jonathan, and I ain't cool.
Yes. Stick to marketing, please.
That's a good beat. It's a sick beat. Oh, we're live.
Yeah. We are live.
We are live, everybody. Well,
Good morning, Steve.
good morning, Jonathan.
How are you doing?
I'm doing well, thank
Yeah?
you.
Awesome.
Where's that music coming from?
It's coming from the.
Well, okay.
Yeah, it's coming from the.
Oh, I like it. It's to bring it in the vibe. Yeah.
bringing
So,
it
Matt's 2024 day 3.
Day
Trace.
Steve, you're looking a little worn down. We need to
We
get you
did
some
it.
Red Bull.
We did
need
it,
to get some
Jonathan. We did it.
coffee.
A lot of people thought we couldn't do it,
We
but
couldn't. We overcame.
boy, did we prove them wrong.
We overcame. We
You
conquered.
were scared. You were one of those people that were like, "Dude, we're not going to make it 3 days at Matt's."
No, it was like
You
we were in the
doubted all
trenches.
of us.
Like we were in war. We're fighting. I'm over here catching grenades, throwing them back at the enemies. It was crazy.
But today is going to be like Family Fun Day, I heard,
Heck
right?
Yeah, there's gonna be so many more people here.
Right.
So many
It's
people.
Saturday.
What's this behind me though?
Okay, right.
Yeah.
Let's talk about our lineup here because on Thursday we just had Trucking and Fix with
Yeah.
Ryan, and then
What happened?
boom, blew up. So we have a huge lineup of influencers today. We have at 10:15 Trucking and Fix with Ryan.
Yes.
Super knowledgeable guy about all things
Yeah.
truck related, diesel tech, super techie from the Midwest, from
Yeah,
Ohio.
From Ohio.
Yeah, nice
From our
guy.
neck of the woods.
Huge fan of our product, so
Yes.
that's kind of why we brought him on here. But anyway, no.
Yeah.
Then we have at 11:30, new guy. I would say new guy to YouTube. Lone Star Texas Ranger. Super cool guy. Met him yesterday. Actually,
Yeah.
you met him yesterday,
Yes,
Jonathan.
I saw him. I was like, they're cracking jokes.
Stand by. It's an announcement.
Amen. Greatest event of trucking ever. 4 p.m. All right.
All right. So we just
right.
got the announcement that the show has officially started,
Yes.
Jonathan. Now we're really excited.
Yes, super excited.
Right.
We are ready to rock and roll. Speaking about the Lone Star Truckers, I saw them sitting over here. They were
Yeah.
cracking jokes, laughing, and I was just like, man, these guys are so funny. They have to have a YouTube channel. So
Yeah.
I went up to them. I'm like, y'all have a YouTube channel? They're like, yeah, we do. And I was
Yeah.
like, y'all are freaking hilarious.
Uh-huh.
How about jumping on stage with us and talking. They're like, sure, why not? Let's do it. So we locked it in. We set up a time, and guess what? They're here.
You know, it would have been fun. We should have had them both together.
Together.
Yeah, that would have been cool.
That would have been hilarious.
This is going to be good. This is going to be good because after Lone Star Texas Ranger, we have Bonehead Truckers coming on, which
It's huge.
It's funny. We got some, pokes fun at some truck drivers,
Yeah.
so it should be a good
of course.
discussion about things that he's seen, trucking industry,
Yeah.
blah blah blah.
Yeah. I'm curious to get his insight on that.
Yeah, and then after Bonehead Truckers, we have the Little Guy Trucker, who has been on YouTube for a long time. This guy,
Since it started. I think.
yeah, he's like it's just a grind with this guy, and he's
100%.
been through the trucking industry, ups and downs. A lot of good advice on all things trucking, so that should be interesting. And then at 2 o'clock, Zeke Dog Trucking. Jonathan, and how'd you meet Zeke?
Well, funny story. He was next to Lone Star Trucking, and I noticed he had a little YouTube symbol on the back of his shirt that said
Oh, genius.
Zeke Dog, and I was just like, well, Zeke Dog, guess what we're doing? We're interviewing influencers that are on YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, all the good old social media platforms.
Yep.
How about you jump on stage with us and talk?
And he was all about it. So Zeke Dog Trucking will be
Heck
here
yeah.
at 2, and then at 3 o'clock, we carved out some space for our buddies across the way,
Yes.
across the pond, DPF Alternatives. Chris will be talking with us later on at 3, so that should be a fun discussion.
And that's a good way to end it. So we start off with education, trucking and fixing with Ryan, and we end off with education. Because DPF guys, they're super knowledgeable about the after treatment system, and I hope they break it down and explain to us how it all works. Just like DPF guys from yesterday.
Man, that was a good show yesterday.
That was awesome. If you guys haven't checked it out, jump on our YouTube, go to the live section, and the last hour, I think.
Yep.
Man, it was phenomenal. If you don't care about learning about the after treatment system, just listen to his voice.
Yeah, soothing voice.
It's soothing.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I was sitting. I was sitting down. I was just like sitting there. And at one point, one of our sales guys was literally sitting there with his mouth open. And I looked up to him like, "Yo, man, close your mouth, man."
Oh, James. Yeah, he gets it all the time.
He does. He should do the what is it, the announcements for when people are like boxing or fighting in the octagon.
Oh,
in this corner.
Yeah, right. I was thinking more like the announcements in like an airport.
Oh yeah. Oh gosh, that would be awesome.
If your bag has been checked?
Yeah, with his
Don't give your bag to anybody.
Awesome.
Are you aware of the contents in this bag?
Right.
No.
Right. Yeah. So that's our lineup for today. If we have it's a packed day.
Yeah, it is packed day.
I feel bad for you, man.
Jam-packed.
I feel bad for you.
Well, it's how can you feel bad for somebody that just talks? I mean,
That's true.
But it is going to be tough, folks.
It is going to be tough.
My voice is hurting. I'm really, it's a struggle. Everybody should feel sorry for me.
Don't give me your pity party. This is what you
we are
signed up
super
for.
pumped. Yeah, we are super pumped. What's the weather going to be like today? Do you know?
Why are you talking about weather?
I'm just saying because it's going to. Well, yeah, we're inside, but outside it's going to be super nice. And
that is true. It's gonna actually. I think it's in the 56s as well today. So it's
Okay,
gonna be
so-
a really nice day. The custom lot.
yeah, the
phenomenal cars.
custom lot. Right. That's what I'm saying.
If you're not checking us out on social, which is OTR Performance on Instagram and Facebook, I was photo dumping custom trucks like crazy until it started raining, and I was like, well, I gotta go back inside.
Yeah,
I will
that's
be back on that. So if you guys want to see
great
some
point.
sick trucks, check out our Instagram because
Check
there's
out-
gonna be phenomenal trucks.
Awesome. Well, I guess that's it, Jonathan. Unless you have some more news to cover.
No, not really. I mean, I'm going to be walking around, like I said, today, taking pictures, trying to get some more people around the industry. I know there's a couple big YouTubers over here. I want to talk to them as well, kind of get their take on other things. Even though they're not on the main stage, I'm going to dump it on, other socials.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, we're super pumped, everybody. Tune in later, starting at 10:15 with Trucking and Fixing with Ryan. I'm Steve. This is Jonathan. 2024 Match Day 3.
Yes,
See you in a little bit.
Yes.
OTR out.
Out.
Seacrest.
Oh. camera's not even on.
All right, Matt's 2024, day 3. We didn't think we made it. We didn't think we could make it, but we did. It's been a grind, everybody. We're here in the OTR booth live coming at you on your favorite social channel. We're here with Trucking and Fixing with Ryan. How you doing, bud?
Not too bad. How are you today?
Doing well. And he's a fellow Midwesterner. We're from Michigan. Ryan is just a little below us, beneath us. No, he's in Ohio, right?
Yes, sir.
Right, and you know what I hear about Ohio is the deer tastes better in Ohio. I don't know if it could be a northern thing, but why is that? Have you heard that?
I have, yeah.
Why is that? Is it just because you grow them better, or what's going on with that?
That's a good possibility.
So we're here. We're gonna have a good conversation with Ryan, talking about his business, talking about Ryan is a really technical guy, knows a ton about diesel engines, after treatment systems. He's got his own DPF cleaning business. So we're just gonna dive into that a little bit. But the first thing I want to ask about you is. You used to be an owner-operator, right?
That is correct.
You used to drive, rig. How long did you do that?
About 5 years.
5 years, and how long ago was that?
So we started in 2016 and kind of got out of the business and got into what we're doing now back in 2021.
Okay.
But I was actually kind of a misconception, maybe possibly, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
I was a tech before I got into trucking, so I kind of went in as a mechanic, tech, into trucking, then back into the mechanic side of it. So
what kind of truck did you drive when you were?
I like Kenworths.
Kenworths, okay.
T680, T660. So.
Any particular reason? It's just.
I mean, for an owner-operator, I think they're easy to work on. Everything's a lot easier to get to than, your Volvos and Cascadias and stuff like that, especially a lot easier than working on international. So.
Okay. It's not because it just looks cooler? It's more just a functional thing? Or are you like, no, I like the way
they do look cooler, I think.
What's your favorite year of a Kenworth?
Like I said, my last T660 was a 2013, and that was probably one of my favorite trucks. So.
Awesome. Have you walked the show at all yet? Have you got a chance to see the custom lot? Have you found like maybe your old truck or a dream truck of yours?
We haven't got around too much. Like I said, we got in late yesterday,
right.
and we're talking with a lot of our vendors on some other projects we're working on.
It's too much business, man. You're doing too much. This is like the Disneyland for truckers, for people in the industry. You got to get out.
Yeah, it's always work.
Yeah, right. Well, before you leave, you got to hit the custom lots. You got to see some of these paint schemes. I mean, what are your thoughts on a cab over? Because I was talking to this influencer, the Boston trucker, and he was like, when he was learning driving, everybody got shoved into a cab over, and that was like the worst thing ever. He's like, and now everybody wants to be in a cab over, but he's like, you get in it, and it's like the worst ride ever. What are your thoughts?
I think they look cool. You can turn them really sharp. So
okay, yeah.
But yeah, I think now it's one of those things where there's none out there anymore, so everybody wants it. So.
Right. Yeah, it's like a total retro thing. Have you worked on cab overs? Are they easier, harder?
My dad actually had a Kenworth K100, so yeah, the whole cab tips forward, so everything's right there. So yeah, it is, I mean, if you're working on the engine or tranny, it is a lot easier to get to everything.
So, before you drove rig, you were a diesel tech.
Correct.
What got you into trucks? What got you into the industry?
So I went, kind of going back, in high school, I went to Votech for diesel tech. So I thought I was going to do that forever. I was going to be my career.
Yeah.
Ended up getting a call from a Navy recruiter one day and went down and was like, I don't want to be on, I'm not interested in the Navy. I don't want to be on a ship. And he's like, well, we got this whole thing called the CBs, Civil Engineer Corps, where you don't go on ships and you can be a
sold.
Heavy equipment mechanic or equipment operator. And yeah, exactly, sold.
Yeah.
The chance to travel the world and do different things. So I ended up going into the Navy Seabees as a heavy equipment mechanic, construction mechanic for just under 10 years.
Wow, 10 years in the Navy. Did you, what was the favorite spot you traveled when you were in the Navy?
Probably Thailand.
Yeah. Yeah, why anything particular?
For a young single man, it's an interesting place.
Yeah, okay.
It's very cheap.
Okay, right, yeah. So 10 years in the Navy, you learned a ton, and then you were like, okay, I'm out of the Navy, and now I'm just going to start my own business, or what did you do after that?
So before I actually got out of the Navy, I got hired by a cat dealer, Ohio Cat Power Systems. So I got out working on the big engines, the 3500 series.
That must have been the best interview ever. They're like, how much experience do you have? You're like, 10 years in the Navy. Oh, you're hired.
And it helped a little bit that the manager was a former Navy veteran.
Oh, right. So. Yeah, perfect. Yep.
So.
Show up in your Navy outfit. It's like, hey.
Yeah.
Yep.
So yeah, I worked for them for a little while, and then I just kind of got into this routine where 6-9 months, like, I don't like this. Kind of doing the job hopping thing.
Right.
And I did that for a few years, and it's just then I got to the point where it was like, is it me? I don't like turning wrenches anymore. I mean, what is it? That's what I thought.
Right.
Like, I don't want to do this anymore. So I got a Class A CDL when I was still active duty. I mean, I was at a reserve cargo handling battalion up in Great Lakes, where the boot camp is for the Navy.
Yeah.
And so I had a lot, being active duty at a reserve command, you have a lot of extra time on your hands because they only come in 2 days a month. So we're just sitting there like,
yeah.
So we had some trucks, and I made my own little course and practiced the maneuvers and just went and took the test and got my Class A. So it's like I already had this CDL, so it's like, I don't like turning wrenches now, so I have this other credential. Let's go try this type of thing. So and that's how I got into trucking.
And you hit the road, for, you said, a couple years?
I started with Snyder as a company driver. They hired me as an experienced driver since I had already had a license for 6 or 7 years or something. So.
Did you drive cross country or
When I started with them, it was more of a regional type
Okay.
thing. I think the farthest that I got was out to like Topeka, Kansas. I think was the farthest west I went with them. So.
Yeah. You know, I was as like talked to a lot of people around here, and some of the truck drivers. You know, we got into the old CBs. You know, the old break a 1.9. Everybody got your ears on. Did you ever dabble in the CBs at all when you were driving rig at all?
More so with the road rage type of thing,
Right.
I guess you could say.
Hey, buddy, get out of my way.
Words we won't repeat here.
Right, but at least you just still communicated.
Yeah.
What was your favorite part about driving over the road?
I like traveling. I mean,
Yeah.
I like an adventure. So, so when you get that, I mean, when I was a company driver, you get that load assignment. It's like, hey, I'm going to New Orleans today, you know, and
Yeah.
you're planning it all out, and you make it, you know, you pick up a load and get it picked up on time and get it where it's got to go safely and on time, and it's you know, it feels like an accomplishment every time you do that. So.
Did you ever have a situation where you're driving and your truck breaks down and you're company driver, and then they're like, oh, our mechanic's on the way. You're like, I got it. You know, like, don't worry, man, I'm already on it. I mean, how hard is it to like not dig into it, or are you just like, I can fix it? And here's my question: has there ever been a time when you broke down and you had to fix it yourself and you had the right tools?
As a company driver, I don't think I've ever had a major breakdown. I mean,
Okay.
there's some little stuff, you know, fuses and things like that. But as
Yeah.
a company, I mean, I didn't stay in that company driver thing that long until I was like,
I gotta do my own
I'm
thing.
bored here. I want to do my own thing type
Oh,
thing.
yeah,
So I made
yeah.
the jump pretty quick. I
Okay,
mean, like
okay.
within like a year to an owner operator.
Oh, all
so.
right. Was that a hard decision, just doing it on your own? I mean, probably not, because probably just a lot of confidence being in the Navy. You're like, I'm a peacock captain. I need to spread my wings and fly.
Yeah.
But you know, you're like I need to go out on my own. And then you did that for a couple years. And then what happened? What was the switch that you just were like, I'm done traveling. I want to settle down and just do my own shop. I want to open my own shop. What happened?
A couple of different reasons. I mean, I don't know if it was just me or like the world around me. It just seemed like things out on the road kind of changed.
Okay. How so?
Kind of like, I don't know, like a societal type of change where it's
Right.
I just don't feel like there's a lot of respect out there on the road anymore. I mean,
I've
like,
heard that.
You're just a guy that's I'm out here trying to make a living. I'm trying to get from A to B, you know, safely, efficiently. And it seems like there's a lot of people that they want to play games with you out on the road and road rage situations and things like that. I mean, I had a couple scary situations.
Really? Can you talk about one?
I was coming through Route 2 out of Lincoln, Nebraska, when you first headed east. It's kind of a little shortcut, you know, getting off 80 if you're going south, I think over to 29,
Okay.
I-29. So I always drove at night. I usually start up about 10 o'clock at night. I'll try to be off the road by 8 o'clock in the morning.
Really?
And I'm coming through there about 1 o'clock in the morning. There's nobody on the road. I mean, up there, coming out of town, there's a bunch of stoplights.
Okay.
So there's a car up ahead, you know, and as a professional driver, you try to time your lights so you don't have to come to a complete stop and shift through all the gears again. So you got a red light, you know it's going to change. So you slow down a little bit. Then when it turns green, you just hammer down and go through. So there's this car. He was over in the right lane, and he was stopped. And like I said, I caught that light right and came around him. And he sped up, came over, got in front of me, and I'm like, okay, it's like 3-lane road through there. And I'm thinking, okay, he's going to make a turn to the left up here. So then he gets in front of me and starts slowing down. Okay, so I jump over. He jumps over in front of me. And, like, we keep doing this thing back and forth. And then it gets, like, where he's brake checking me. And I'm like, I'm not.
Are you kidding me? There's
I'm like
nobody.
on the air horn. And then I had my phone out with, like, 911 getting ready to make the call.
Like, this guy's going to get out.
He's, like, trying to get me to stop. And he's going to get out and pull a gun or something on me.
Right.
Like I said, I didn't do anything to cause this situation.
Yeah.
So, but that was, eventually we got up to the edge of town and he kind of pulled over and that's where it kicked up to 70 mile an hour. I just hammered down and I was like, the faster I can get out of here, the better. I don't want nothing to do with this.
Nothing. This guy was just brake checking you.
Yeah, I don't know if he was
scaring
drunk
you.
or
Yeah,
what the
right.
deal was, but
Nebraska's. No,
but
we'll just blame him.
It's like, why? What's the point? I mean, something that could be up to 80,000 pounds, why do you want to get in front of them? And
It doesn't seem like a smart idea or, smart thing to do on his end or their end, Wow. So after that, you're just like, zero respect.
I mean, and I did a couple little situations. I mean, that was probably the worst, but just things like that, it just makes you know, I don't want to be out here anymore. I mean, even though I love the business and love traveling and you know, and
nobody wants their job to be that stressful, and then, you know, if it's causing you that much, I mean, anxiety, like I would hate to get up and then, you know, where am I going today? You know, oh, what idiot is going to drive in front of me today, you know?
Yeah, what's going to happen tonight?
Yeah.
I mean, who's going to, I mean, you're out,
tonight, yeah.
I mean, I could go through half of a night and, you know, it's like you're in the mood. I mean, nobody around.
Yep.
And then you have one person that comes and just ruins the rest of your night, you know, for,
like
for what? You know?
Yeah, this is and then you're like, this is why I don't like people. So after that, you're like, all right, you know what? I'm just gonna hammer down and just go back to my roots and do the technician thing. So how'd that go?
Well, first we have 2 kids, 2 little boys. So,
oh, awesome.
My youngest, I was gone for a lot of his younger, like the first 3 years of his life. I mean, I was on the road. So
right.
we had our second child, and it's just like I don't want to. I want to be back, you know, around them. And,
absolutely,
you know,
yep.
And the difference between my oldest son and my youngest son are like our closeness, I guess, is you can definitely tell a difference.
Right. How many years apart are your kids?
3.
3? Yeah, I got a boy and a girl, and they're 4 years apart. I know what it's like, man. Darn kids. It's a love-hate relationship. No, I'm just kidding. Love my guys and girl, and shout out to the kids. Anyway. Okay, so after that, you decided to stay home, and for family. I mean, that makes complete sense. You know, I mean, it's kind of a catch-22, I think, with a lot of truckers. You know, like they're working hard for their family, but their job requires them to work away. You know, and it's like the life of the road. You know, it's a sacrifice that they make for their families and for all of us, really. I mean, if you want to get down to it, you know, and you should give them more respect on the road. You guys deserve more respect on the road, and you know, I don't know, it's not fair, you know, because you lose a guy like you who, you know, wanted to be on the road, but you're like, I can't do it anymore. It just doesn't make enough sense. I need to be home with the family, and even if you're going to make that sacrifice for your family, you're just getting beat up out there, you know. So you're like, what's the point? Yeah. So all right, so you're like, great, I'm going to start Ryan's truck repair business. So how'd that go?
Well, so kind of even going back a little bit. So
yeah,
Sophia had always been on me like, hey, there's all these guys doing. She's always wanted to be a YouTuber.
Okay.
But she never really found
your
that.
Fault.
She didn't really find that niche type of thing. So
yeah.
She's like, well, there's these guys doing these trucking channels. So it's like, you're out there on the road, so start making me these videos. So, you know, when I was still driving.
Yeah, right, because early videos, she was with you on the truck.
Not a couple times she went out with us, but I would be like in the truck myself or out in the truck stop with my phone just making a video. And, and they were so terrible because, you know, you're nervous about everything. I mean,
well, when was this? How long ago was this?
This would have been 2020.
Okay.
Like April 2020 is when, when I made.
So this was like a COVID pitch, you know? Sophia, you're sitting at home, you're like, you know what? We're going to do it. This is our time. We're going on YouTube. And then Ryan's like, am I that interesting? Should I really? Are people really gonna like me?
So in April 2020, I was up at the Petro in Spokane, Washington. I was laying over for the weekend, and so I got the whole weekend with nothing to do. And she's like, well, sit up there and make some videos. So I'm sitting in the sleeper of the truck, just making random videos about trucking, and that's kind of when we started. And so a lot of our earlier content, you know, was load boards and different companies I worked for, you know, Landstar, Mercer. I wasn't doing YouTube when I started with Snyder as IC Choice as a contractor with them, then moved on to Landstar, then Mercer, then back to Landstar.
Right.
So a lot of our earlier content was that type of stuff. And then after that, when I would come home, we would start doing like some maintenance videos, like doing oil changes, greasing truck, and things like that. And she's like, "Oh, this is a waste of time. Nobody's gonna watch these videos." And we started watching that. You know, initially you didn't really get any views on those videos, but as over time, those started being the more popular videos that people were always watching.
Well, YouTube, people go to YouTube to learn how to do things, so it's how to do X, and so when you do those how-to videos, those are, those pop up. It's what people are searching for. And when you're creating the YouTube channel, you got to find your niche, right? You got to find out, who you're making videos for, who's your audience, and then what are they really searching for? And then you got to just hammer down on that, rinse and repeat. So what was it, the how-to videos, or was it what became your niche, and what kind of elevated you guys to success?
So the maintenance side videos kind of started taking off, and then we started getting people that were contacting us through YouTube, like, hey, can you fix this for me? Can you do this for me?
Really?
And that's how we started getting people they'd call, start showing up at our house or at my farm, and
no way.
And then that's how I bought a service truck to start with, because when we first started, we worked on everything. I worked on a lawnmower for a lady up in town, put a mower deck on for her.
Right.
So we worked on everything.
Yeah.
So I got in with a couple excavating contractors and worked on heavy equipment, and then we just kind of kept narrowing down to what was our biggest business, and that's how we kind of got just working on, kind of phased everything else out. We only work on trucks now. Then now we've kind of went to the next step where we focused in on the emission stuff, and you just kind of you find your niche, ultimately.
Yeah. Well, here we are, guys. It's the 2024 Match Show, Day 3. We're up here at the OTR Performance booth with Trucking and Fixing with Ryan. Huge YouTuber. Massive YouTuber over here. Actually, he is a big YouTuber, but he's also a bigger diesel tech, and he's a big fan of me. No, I'm just kidding. We just met. But anyway, so Ryan, we were just talking about you just started your business, and so through YouTube, you started getting a bunch of clients, and
Correct.
then so you're fixing everything and the lawnmower, possibly the kitchen sink, and so when did it switch over to trucks?
So we went live with the business roughly in April of 2021.
Okay.
And it was, like I said, it was really slow. We were doing the Google ads and roadside stuff. And then, like I said, I got into some contractors. And then with the YouTube side, we just started getting all people wanting us to work on their, come from all over the country. California, Nevada,
really?
Texas.
Did you ever get flown out anywhere to work on?
I have.
That's awesome.
I had a customer out in Los Angeles area, in California. So he actually does Foodie Land Night Market. They have a food festivals. They do Del Mar Fairgrounds.
Okay.
For basically two seasons, we went out there. We'd fly. Me and one of my other guys would fly out there and work on. They had about 20 pieces of equipment, but it was cheaper for me to fly out there.
Right.
With our hourly rate, put us in a hotel, than it was to find somebody locally in the Pasadena area. So.
What do you do for tools? Are you do you have this? Are you you better have everything,
And the Snap-on guy showed up, and whatever we needed, he just bought it. So.
Oh, really? Oh, that must have been fun. You're yeah, send that over there. Send it over. You know what I heard about mechanics, and maybe this is true with the Snap-on. I saw this video, and they were showing mechanics hey, how much do you owe to the Snap-on truck? And they're $13,000, $15,000. I'm is that crazy, or can that happen?
It happens.
Oh my gosh! Yeah. Do you have the Snap-on guy come to your house?
Every Wednesday.
Every Wednesday.
Yeah.
Wow. You don't give your guys full reign, right? You're don't buy anything in that Snap-on truck.
I'm probably worse than they are. So.
You're what's new? He's mainly out, the new stuff. That's awesome. So. With trucks and then diesel, is that mainly what you're working on now? Is it just semi-trucks, or are you still kind of just anything diesel, or?
Pretty much strictly trucks.
Okay,
for the most part, yeah.
So we were just talking before this, and you said you have 2 employees. They're fully working 40 hours a week. So you're busy. How are you balancing the business with the YouTube?
Honestly, the YouTube side has probably suffered a little bit because when we get so busy, and I got 2 guys. I do all the diagnosis when it comes in the shop. So if I get slowed down, then they're slowed down, and the whole machine stops basically. So unfortunately, when we're really busy, then we don't have the time to put stuff out there. So it's hit or miss.
Is there a common piece that always or component that always goes wrong on a truck? Like, they bring in a truck, you're like, oh, that's the one box, or oh, that's whatever. That's like an X. I don't know. Is there like a piece that's like mostly like a faulty, like a knock sensor? Oh, it's got to be the knock sensor. Anything like that?
We see a lot of EGR core issues that cause those downstream issues. I mean, so that's probably right now, in the last few months, probably when somebody comes in with a one box issue, or even a Cummins or Packer or something that isn't regening properly, or they have those other downstream issues. We've replaced a lot of EGR cores.
So speaking of diagnosing things, we make a product, OTR Diagnostics, that is a diagnostics tool that you plug into your truck, and it can read and reset fault codes. You can view live data. You can also do dealer commands like force regens. How important would it be if somebody was bringing in their truck and they had already identified maybe a fault code, or it could say, hey, from my diagnostics tool, I think this could be the problem. So would that save them time, and would that save you time on the whole diagnosis process?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, when we have several customers that have OTR in their trucks, and when they call into Sophia and they say, hey, I got these fault codes, I know before they're even coming into the shop. We already have an idea what's going on before they even arrive, so that saves us. I mean, I'm going to hook up with my equipment and verify those fault codes.
Yep.
But we've already got kind of an idea before they even come in. So, it's going to save you time and diagnosis and time in the shop as well. If that shop, if we think you're going to need a DPF, we've already got it there in stock. So,
how do you stay honest? You got a real honest face. I'll give you that. No, but how do you stay honest, and how do you keep the transparency going with a customer? Like, they bring in their truck in. These are owner operators where their trucks are their business. And man, having that big repair bill could really put a damper on the Christmas. So how do you keep it honest? We're like, hey, listen, I'm only telling you what you need. I'm not trying to rip you off. Because there are a lot of people out there that take advantage of owner operators. That's why it's nice to be armed with a tool like OTR Diagnostics. But how do you stay honest with everybody?
Transparency is the biggest thing. So, I mean, if a customer comes in, they got an issue, we take everything apart, and if there's, signs, or an EGR core, we pull a hot tube off and there's coolant in it. I mean, I'll bring a customer out and I'll show them.
Yeah.
I'll show them their DOC that's screwed up, or their DPFs that are cracked, or have soot passing through. So that's one thing, is actually taking them out and showing them that stuff, that this is actually what's going on. I'm not just making it up.
Right.
Or showing them the fault codes on the computer.
Yeah. And I'm sure referrals go a long way too, right? I mean, at this point, are you doing any advertising, or is it just all basic referrals?
Pretty much just, we haven't advertised for a couple of years or paid for any advertising.
Awesome.
It's all through YouTube or, again, referrals. And a lot of my regular customers, they tell their friends, and then they tell their friends. So.
That's awesome. So so what types of services do you do for with your business? I know that the diesel repair. Let's talk about like the DPF cleaning business. How busy is that? And how many times can you clean your DPF filter?
It really depends. Well, so the first part of that, as far as busyness, we'll have a week where it's really quiet. Then we'll have a week where I've got 15 trucks in the lot. So it's hit or miss. I mean, sometimes we might have 3 or 4 Freightliners or Western Stars that come in with one boxes, and got to pull them out and take a look at them, see what we got going on, whether we're baking them or replacing them. So, so it's
busy.
Yeah, so like I said, you can be a week where it's dead, and then you just go go figure the week that we need to come down here for this show. It just went Monday. We had 3 trucks show up.
Really?
Major jobs, and then Then you're just slammed all week.
So you'll be working. You'll just random Tuesday. All of a sudden, boom, trucks show up. Hey, I need this cleaned, and it's something like, we need it cleaned now. I mean, how do you prioritize? It has to just hurt when you're like, "Ugh, I can't get to this in a week, But you're like, well, Sophia, I'm not coming to bed tonight. I'm gonna working all night, pulling all nighter.
I do have a bedroom down in our building, and I do stay there a lot. So.
Oh man, I mean, what are you gonna do, right? It's your business, and it's tough to turn that. It's tough to turn it away because you know what they were going through. You've been there. As far as an owner operator.
So I try to prioritize, like our guys that are coming in off the road. And if they're going to be in a hotel or something where they're staying a couple of days, I try to get those people done as quick as possible and get them back on the road making money again. Is kind of how we got a lot of good local customers that have fleets, and we'll talk with them like, hey, can we put this off a day or two so I can help get this guy back on the roads? And it usually works out. So.
How important is it to do? The passive regens are that just happen, but like an active regen, or to initiate a regen, to keep that DPF clean. Is there a schedule that somebody should do, or how important is it for the owner operator to maintain their DPF filter?
The better shape that it's in, the less problems you're going to have. So, and the more life you're going to get out of it as well. So, the problem with the passive regens is that they're interrupted so often. Like
how so?
If you're in stop and go traffic, or you shut the truck off, if your truck's halfway through the regen, you're pulling up, backing into a dock, and you got to shut your truck off. It interrupts it. So you're never. And I've had them myself where it just keep getting interrupted, and it just goes on like all day trying to finish this thing. So if you have the capability when you're stopped at a truck stop or at home or whatever, where you can do that forced regen and do a good, proper regen in a controlled environment where you're not stopping and going.
And what is that good, proper regen? I know it has something to do with, obviously the temperature, but how long does it take for the temperature to reach where it needs to be to burn off that soot?
Typically, you heat up within about 10-15 minutes or so.
Okay.
But usually a good proper regen is about 45 minutes to an hour and a half or so.
So 45 minutes to an hour and a half of you just staying stagnant. You're just in a place. So with a tool that initiates that, that's kind of important, right? Because then you're doing it on your time, which makes sense, and then you're doing it the right way.
Correct.
What happens if you're not doing it the right way and you're never letting it finish?
Then a lot of times you get where you're forced into doing a regen where the truck's telling you to regen, and it's at the most inconvenient time.
Have you ever had that happen to you when you were on the road?
I've always had a tool, whether OTR or some of the other ones out there, to be able to initiate a forced regen, and I've always done them weekly myself when I was on the road.
Well, yeah,
and I never had any issues.
Right. Yeah.
But
it's the preemptive maintenance, It's the same, like, brush your teeth, eat healthy, It's like exercise. Yeah, I'll do that later, but that preemptive maintenance can, make it, give your truck more life. Because how much is it to replace your DPF filter or your one box?
Really dependent on the model. Whether it's a Detroit one box or, if you have a Detroit one box, and your DOCs go bad or SCR go bad, you're into a lot of money because you can't replace that stuff individually.
Like, are we talking a couple $100, a couple thousand?
We just put in a Gen 2 one box for one of my friends and customers that came in, and total job. We replaced everything, harness, his NOx sensors were replaced recently, but all the temp sensors, pressure sensors, labor all in, and we had an aftermarket box. We were in about $11K. So.
11,000 out the door, and then I'm sure you work as fast as you can. How long did it take you and your guys to finish that, or how many hours, I guess, total?
He was in the shop for about a total of 3 days, so I was kind of working everything out. So.
But you were probably doing other stuff as well. Yeah.
So I think we did a bunch of other stuff for him as well.
Right.
Being a friend, we did some suspension work, and
so it's a big deal. $11,000 out of pocket, and then time off. Your truck's not running. Depending on the how busy the technician is or the shop. You could be sitting in the you could be out of a truck for a week, 2 weeks, 6 years. You never know. Somebody could be that busy. Yeah, right. Well, it's Matt's 2024, folks. It's day 3, sitting here with Trucking and Fixing with Ryan. We got a few folks here in the front. Anybody have any questions? Anybody? Anybody have any questions? Gentlemen? Any questions? Okay. All right. It's that interesting. All right, you know. Oh, a question from the crowd over here. Our own Jason Chice, everybody. Fresh off his Pro Talk. We're just hooking him up with a mic. Oh, no. We're having some technical...
There we go.
There we go.
So you just video on the SCR efficiency codes for the one box. And my question to you is, how do you approach diagnosing those? Because it's a super common on the Freightliner Cascadias. And I just wanted to ask you how you handle a truck that comes into your shop with that issue.
So with the SCR efficiency issues, I mean, now from what we've kind of learned in the last 6 months or so that we've done a lot more of them. I mean, right off the bat, I'm asking the driver, are you using any coolant? You adding coolant every day? If they are, or that coolant bulb or the clear tank for your coolant is got black soot, any type of black residue in it, I'm pulling the EGR tot tube off and checking for any signs of coolant. And then going down to the back side of the EGR core on the exhaust side, checking that in to see if there's any signs of coolant in that. And that's the first thing we're going to do, because if I don't want to even start troubleshooting that box until we've eliminated that factor. Also looking in, typically after that, the sensors that nature, that's, all computerized for the most part, or using a diagnostic tool. So looking out if there's any sensors that are misreading, not reading correctly, or any type of electrical faults for that matter. After that, we pull the whole box, pull the DPFs out, and actually see what's going on. Look up into the exhaust side out of the turbo, see if there's any, if you got an engine injector that's overfueling. We've had some of them where we just bought a truck ourselves. That number 6 injector was overfueling so much, it basically, the whole one box is full of fuel. I mean, it's a total loss. I mean, there's no way to clean it at that point. So there's usually a reason that you have those efficiency issues. It ain't, it's just bad. I mean, that's a possibility, but that's not typically what we see. We usually see some type of contamination issue or cracked DPFs, or we've had DPFs where the whole trap's blown out of them. So it's really just kind of following the breadcrumbs and find out what actually is the problem first before we just throw. I've seen places where they've thrown a whole new one box on, and a month later the guy's got the same problem because they didn't look upstream and see the other problems. So.
My next question.
That's the worst mic ever. What's your question, Jason? We don't do. We've had about 3 pack cars in our shop here. I don't. The way that the software is, I don't like working on them. So not a whole lot of experience in that. So. I like the Cummins. So it's a lot easier to get into. So and especially with the newer X15s, I mean, the emission system has gotten so simple, and we rarely see them coming in with problems. So. That's kind of like a good question. If an owner-operator was going to venture on their own and buy a truck, what would be the best truck for them to buy as far as reliability, easily worked on? Is there an answer for that?
Like I said, I'm a little biased. I mean, I'm a Kenworth guy, so
yeah.
I mean, yeah. So I would probably go with the Kenworth, a T660 or a W9, and with the Cummins X15. So,
okay.
And I like manuals myself because that's one less TCM or one less, a TCM or computer module, less wiring, less sensors, less stuff to go wrong. So, I mean, if my arm is still working, then the truck's still going to shift. So, usually.
Right. That's a great point. So. Wait, Jason's got another question. Raul? Is that Mike?
My question is, what do you have to say about deleted trucks?
I don't think it's a good idea.
Why?
I've had a lot of customers that have went that route, and 10,000 miles down the road, they're putting the turbo on, or burning up the whole engine. We had one customer that was down in Arizona. We'd done some work for him. He was down in Arizona, I think, and had just a sensor go bad. It wasn't even nothing crazy wrong, like he needed a whole new one box or something. And he's like, screw it, I'm done, I'm deleting it. He made it from Arizona to Hurricane, West Virginia, and his whole engine seized up. So,
oh, ouch. That sounds like a problem.
And I think there's a lot of people think, oh, I'm never going to have any trouble, but there's a lot of things that can go wrong. And we had a customer, well, actually 2 customers here in the last 6 months who had deleted trucks, and we did some work, tried to do some troubleshooting. And when you have a truck that's designed to run with all that stuff and you take it away, it can make it very, very difficult to troubleshoot stuff. I mean, we looked at the turbo, looked at the charger core, we replaced every sensor because there's no faults for anything at that point.
Where do you even start at that point, right?
Yes, so I felt terrible about this situation. We dumped a huge amount of money in this truck, and I said, I don't know. I mean, I'm at a loss here. He wasn't pushing no boost, and he ended up taking it back to the place that did the delete, and found out that a big chunk of the media that was left over in the DPF or SCR, it had broken off and was blocking the exhaust. And I never would in a million years would have thought of that. I mean, because I don't have experience doing deletes or knowing really what all can happen. So, but there's no. It's like you're back to 25-year-old technology that's still designed to run today's technology. Then their troubleshooting methods are completely different. So.
Right.
So it can make it that much harder, and I think that's one of the reasons that a lot of shops don't want to work on them, for that simple reason. Because then, if we do dump all this money into it and still don't fix your problem, I mean, it's not a good situation for the shop or the customer or anybody. So.
No, you know that's probably one of those things where I did it once, and then I'm never going to do that again. Or it just comes with this massive disclaimer of, we could go $5,000 into labor and still not even know what's going on, but we'll give it a shot. Wow. So it's 2024 Mats, everybody. Day 3, we're here at the OTR Performance booth hanging out with our best buddy, Trucking to Fix with Ryan, a fellow Midwesterner. We're from Michigan, he's from Ohio. And I don't know why I said Ohio like that. No offense. Well, Ryan, what are your thoughts on the future of the industry? If you could grab a crystal ball, look into it, shake it up. No, not a snow globe. Crystal ball, and look into the future. What is the future of trucking? What does it look like?
As far as what the mechanical side or the way.
Let's talk about
technology.
Yeah, well, maybe we'll touch on both. Do you see it? Electric, autonomous. Where do you see, the technology going?
Well, I think the emission stuff is going to get worse. It's almost to the point now where, even as we were just talking about deletes, I think it's going to get to the point where they're going to have everything so integrated that you're not going to be able to delete it, is where I'm thinking it's eventually going to
tighten everything up.
Now because you have so many smart sensors, it's not just resistance. You have little computers talking to each other all over the place, and it complicates things as far as figuring out the logistics of how to get rid of something if you're trying to do that.
Yeah.
That's why we kind of went the route we went with, kind of specializing in that line of work, and because it's not going to go away. As far as the electric stuff, I think it's a good technology and at the right direction. But as far as 7 million trucks being replaced with electrical trucks all at once, I think it's a pipe dream.
Sure.
We don't have the grid to sustain what we have right now, let alone throwing all these trucks and charging them every night. So
that's a great point. Well, we're about to wrap it up. Ryan, what do you have anything to add? How can people get a hold of you? How can people, if they have a truck or anything they want dropped off? Do you have any merch that you want to pitch?
Through the YouTube channel, all of our business information's on there. We were originally Fox Truck and Tractor, so we've kind of went to reflect on what we do. We changed well, we've had a company set up, but we're kind of more promoting our diesel emission specialist LLC is our kind of what we're running under now. So
Okay.
So I believe missionspecialist.com is a website now. So
Awesome. And of course,
APU. And we're also, people that watch the channel, you've probably seen that we're working on some lithium battery-powered electric APUs as well. So that's been the focus of yesterday. We were talking to a lot of battery vendors and AC suppliers and things of that nature. We're kind of working on a bigger project, so there'll be more to follow on that. So
that's fun. So some fun stuff coming up on your channel.
Yeah.
Awesome. And we probably should do a big shout out to your lovely wife, Sophia, for all of the back end technical work that she does for the channel.
I am tech dumb, so as far as all the YouTube stuff done, I couldn't even log in. So.
Right. Well, all right, guys, we're going to wrap it up. We're here at the 2024 Mats on the final day. We can't believe it. We made it. Tear for some, cheer for others, you know. And we'll come back at you with, who do we got next? Anybody? I can't remember. We got Lone Star Ranger coming back, YouTuber out of Houston, Texas. Fun guy. Not a mushroom, right? The fun guy, that's a bad one. My kids would have laughed at that. All right, we'll catch you back. We'll catch you here in a little bit. Thanks so much, Ryan.
All right, thank you. No, thanks.
I mean, you know, it's a struggle.
Yeah, it can be.
Yeah.
I always have this goal to put out 3 videos a week.
Yeah.
I'm lucky if I get 2. So it's hard. I mean, you got Tom. He would.
Hey everybody, we are here live at 2024 Mats. Hello YouTube, hello Facebook, hello live people here. And we're here with Dominique, the dump truck driver. Dominique, how you doing?
Oh, I'm great. How are you?
I'm doing great. And you know, we're just having a great time here, just hanging and chatting. We're just gonna have a good conversation about trucks, the industry.
Trucks are literally my favorite thing, so I could talk for hours.
That's perfect. That's perfect. So let's get into it. Dominique, what got you into trucking? Like, how, you know, who did you, was there somebody in your life that did it? No?
Nope. I didn't know any truck drivers growing up. My dad actually got a CDL after I did.
Wow.
Yeah. I actually taught him how to shift, which is hilarious to be teaching your father how to shift properly. Yeah, it's not normal, but in 88, 89, I went to a daycare center that, you know, VHS tapes.
Oh, yeah.
And there was this one sing-along song video that had, you know, like a bunch of careers that you could do.
Okay.
And one of them had the Eddie Rabbitt song, Driving My Life Away.
Yes, great song.
And that was a sing-along song, and the video was a kid and his dad in a truck at night in the rain. And I used to watch that video on, like, I would watch like that part of the video, and then I'd rewind it and I'd watch it. And when I was 3.5, 4 years old, I told my mom, someday I'm gonna be a truck driver.
Oh my gosh.
And my mom was like, all right, okay, like, you know, like, whatever, kid, you know, like, this was like my equivalent of wanting to be a princess, like, you know. And amazing. my mom just like let it go. But by the time I was a teenager and I was decorating my own room, there was one wall for Hanson, one wall for NSYNC, and one wall for trucks.
I see.
So,
I see. Well, you had Bop, you had, you know, JT.
Yeah.
I mean, you
yeah.
know.
No, you.
Right.
Bye, bye, bye. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. 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 I remember that on with TLC with what's his face? Yeah. Those are the good old days.
Yeah.
Why don't they make music like that anymore? Anyway, so fast forward to you. Like, was it a dump truck that you started out with? Like,
no, I drove OTR.
Okay.
Yeah, I turned. I kind of did this backwards. I was working multiple jobs.
Okay.
And I was running parts for my dad's machine shop, and then I was running one of my parents' restaurants in the evening.
Oh,
and
wow.
then on the weekends, I was a barista, and I bought a house 2 weeks after I turned 21. We closed.
Good for
and
you.
Then, yeah, and thanks.
Jeez.
I worked a lot.
Yeah, that's a big deal. Yeah.
And then I realized that if I didn't have roommates, I wouldn't be making enough money to pay my mortgage.
Mm-hmm.
So then I was like, it's time, you know. And so I started truck driving school a week after my house closed. And, you know, that was in the summer of 2006.
Okay.
And then I went to truck driving school, immediately got a job.
Yeah.
Drove OTR for about a year, and then I wanted to give it a try, and I really enjoyed it. I did drive team, so I wasn't alone.
Oh, that's good.
I didn't really want to go out at 21 years old and be on the road by myself. And also, I looked like I was about 12. So, yeah. So it was a good time.
Yeah,
and
right.
My team driver and I'm not tall. I'm 5'4".
Right.
I was like 3 inches taller than him.
Oh.
And his name was, he went by Frosty. And so.
Frosty.
Yeah.
Good old nicknames.
Yeah. And he was a pretty cool dude. He was fun to work with. But he would always make jokes that he had started driving OTR to get away from his wife, and then the company assigned him a new one.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, you're the work wife.
Yeah, because I was like, I wasn't mean, but like, I would be logical about things. and he'd be like, the company said, because we drove LTL,
Okay.
and the company said that this has to go in this order, this is supposed to be to this temp, so we need to, like, the stuff that's already on there, we have to take off, and we have to put this other stuff on that's supposed to be colder.
Right.
But then we get the paperwork, and they're the same temperature.
So you're like,
and I was like, no, the paperwork says the same temperature. We're not taking those 4 or 8 pallets off to put these behind it. Like, I'm not doing it.
well, it's huge, like taking charge and being assertive. And I think, coming from a short, woman, like we were talking earlier, and you were saying that being a woman in the industry is an advantage.
Yeah.
Like, talk about that. How tough is it? You wouldn't have to dive into it, do the whole thing, but it's got to be tough. It is. I don't know. It is a man's world, right?
No, it is.
It's part of the trucking.
Absolutely. And the equipment's built for men.
I didn't even think about something like that.
Yeah, and that's fine. I've found workarounds.
Yeah.
But I have always felt that being a woman especially in construction and trucking, is an advantage because I'm memorable. But that could go both ways.
Yeah, right.
So,
yeah, it's a double-edged sword.
Yeah. So if I work hard and I do a good job and I keep my mistakes to a minimum, which I make a lot of mistakes because I'm human.
Well, if you watch her YouTube channel, she owns it. You own it, which is great. You don't shy away from it.
You got to take responsibility for your actions, and people are going to respect you more when you call yourself out for your behavior, your mistakes.
I'm constantly calling myself out.
Exactly. So basically, I got to where I was because I worked really hard.
Yeah.
And I did a good job, but I did not blend in. I worked at a construction company that had over 60 drivers.
Yeah.
And people that worked there, they didn't know the male drivers' names, but they knew all 4 of the women's names. So if I did well, everybody knew. If I did bad, everybody knew. So
who dumped that load over there? She's a short girl, blonde hair. Oh yeah, we know her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and then there's caveats to every situation, but I feel like most of my success has come from standing out.
Well, yeah, I could totally see that. And I mean, like, I was watching your videos, and I used to do landscaping, so I know a lot about your industry. No,
Yeah.
but
I mean, you know more than the average person, of course.
Well, there was a lot of deliveries that we had of soil, rocks, and everything, and they had to be dumped in a specific spot.
Yeah.
And you were mentioning that a lot of OTR drivers, they're just freeway miles, nice open road, for some, but for you, it could be a struggle.
Yeah.
I mean,
it can be for sure.
Track long driveways that aren't meant for a dump truck, let alone a dump truck and a trailer.
Yeah.
How do you deal with those situations? Are you just like, oh crap, like, or are they like, okay, you map quest it to find out where what it looks like, or do they give you an idea of like what you're getting into?
Usually, I have an address.
Okay.
But luckily, I get to roll with my friends usually, because so you get to know everybody you're working with.
Cool.
Even as an owner operator, you end up out on the same jobs as the usual suspects.
Right. Yeah. That's
so
fun.
That part's really great.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know. I think you're talking specifically about a job where I had to back in off a residential 2-lane road into a narrow driveway.
Yeah, just
blindside.
Right. Yes.
Yeah. And there was no traffic control.
Right.
That was what made it the most difficult. Like, it was.
Like, you were just like, and I think I'm gonna go, and you're like, and now I'm going, and then that motorcycle kind of like pulling right around you. It's
that
like,
guy,
dude.
that guy got lucky because I was actually about to, chase the trailer. And bring the nose around just as he went around me, but
that would have been nice.
That wouldn't have been.
From the
well,
truck.
technically, that would have been my fault because there was no traffic control, and legally you're supposed to have traffic control.
Oh my gosh! Oh man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it was a really fun job actually for me because when I go into those situations, I'm like, okay, this is exactly what we're going to be doing.
Right.
There's none of these variables, like none of the things that are bothering me about this job are going to change in my, to my advantage.
Yeah.
So I'm going to slow down and I'm going to take my time. And I'm not going to get mad about it because everyone struggles with this stuff. Like,
that's the amazing part. Like, I don't know, maybe you hit stop and you're just like, you know, but,
No.
but like, you know, you did it and you backed in and you were just like,
I did it, yeah.
okay, well, that sucks. And, you know, let me get out of it. And then, you know, but that, you know, getting in those sticky situations and then getting out of it, I mean, that's half the battle, right? It's almost like a challenge sometimes.
Well, I mean, so the variables change in construction every round. Like it could be different.
These are work sites. These are not like nice paved, you know, these are like makeshift, you know, driveways and gravel and Yeah, and it's. I actually think that that's what when I got into a dump truck and onto a construction site, that was when I had like this feeling of being home. Yeah, that's cool.
And I was like, this is where I belong, and it basically like changed how I looked at trucking because I was doing the OTR stuff, and then what I did to get into construction was I drove a hydro seeder, which is like a super large amount of labor. And
because you gotta like, you gotta go out and then spray it?
Yeah, I didn't actually do the spraying. I had, no, I had a guy that worked with me. His name is Guillermo, and his wife was always worried that I was too skinny, and so she sent me food a lot. So I was, but so,
that's awesome.
but it was
Here
me.
you got some more food.
Yeah,
You're
it's like Guillermo gets in the truck and it's like, my wife says you're too skinny, and so I brought you food, and which is awesome. You know,
it's
like
a great
I was
compliment,
like, I don't know, I was like 22, so I was like, I'm broke. I need food.
And
so
metabolism was so much better. Well, for me back then.
I've never had a good metabolism.
No?
So no, but so
This guy over here, this guy can eat like 8 cheeseburgers, and he's like, Snickers, yeah.
yeah, that it does catch up with you because you still have health issues even if you're not gaining weight. But that's I digress.
Yeah.
But for 6 months, I was out dragging hose, loading bales from like the ground up on top of the hydro seeder, 50-pound bales.
Oh my gosh.
And it was just a lot of labor. And
have you always been a hard worker like that? Like what? Was that from your father, from your mother? Like they instilled
my dad,
the work ethic?
My dad's an entrepreneur.
Okay.
So although my dad's not in my life now,
You don't see any. Oh.
Hello. Whoa.
I heard my echo.
Echo. Test. Sibilance. Good afternoon, everybody. That's my radio voice. What do you think about that? 97 degrees, everybody.
Attention. Hey.
It's Matt's 2024 day 3.
Are we live? Okay.
Day 3. We are live. And here we are with
camera 2.
Camera 1, camera 2.
Camera 1?
We are here
Camera
with
2.
Ike.
Well, Wayne's World did that with camera 1, camera 2. Remember that?
I do remember that. Camera 1, camera 2. We're here with Ike from Bonehead Truckers.
Hello, everybody.
Now, this is...
All the people...
I mean...
These people ain't even paying no attention over here. They're over here talking about something. Hey, Matt. We're live.
I think, you know... We're live over here, everybody. We're live with Ike from Bonehead Truckers, and I think it's, you know, I don't, maybe I should say it again. Bonehead Truckers is here. I woke up this morning and I was like, you know what would make my day perfect? If Ike from Bonehead Truckers emails me and asks to be on the show. And guess what? Hey, that's a really, you know.
It's kind of pixelated.
Well, you know, that's the way we do it. We just grabbed the 2 kilobit version, and then we blew it up live. Yeah.
Hey, you still tell. It's not supposed to be perfect
I
anyway.
thought that was. I thought that's how you rolled. You were like, you know, I love the pixelated thing.
Did you get these chairs from IKEA?
Why?
It looked like something from IKEA. And let me tell you this. I was on a podcast yesterday.
Okay.
Called Three Fat Truckers podcast.
I've heard of that.
Yeah, and they had cupcakes up there and everything. And they weren't fat shaming me or anything. Now I'm looking at all these people around there, looking at this guy, this big old fat guy in this little old bitty white chair. And I could just see the judgment going on right there. Yeah, I see you.
Listen, there's zero judgment. that guy wasn't even looking at us.
No, I was talking to the lady in the pink sweater.
I knew it. I knew it. It's a very judgy face.
Were you fat shaming me? Okay. I'm just picking on you.
This guy doesn't even know what's going on. He's got his headphones on.
Who's got the... Hey, guy
There's
with
a
your
podcast
headphones.
going on.
What you listening to?
He's listening.
Limp Bizkit? Listen to Nookie?
Completely oblivious.
He
That's
has
all right.
no idea. We could be sitting there talking, hey, here's $1 million. Just keeps
Right.
on walking.
Right. Did you see those
Shame on the
$100
next.
bills
Huh?
that were on the ground? You know, you picked those up. Did you pick those up?
Yeah, there was like some company, like, it had me fooled.
Yeah. Immediately, I was like, and I was like,
You
don't
know,
do
the gas
it.
prices are
Don't
going
do it.
up, and
Right.
I need to go and find some money on the ground.
Well, the whole thing, I was like, you know, you wrote and you were in. I was like, this is my lucky day. Now there's $100 on the ground, and
I don't know
needless
about
to say,
that. I mean,
it didn't work out.
I saw an interview with some pretty old gal hauling a dump truck or something. I didn't
Dominique,
listen
the
to what
dump
she
truck
said.
driver, is awesome.
I had it on mute, and I was like, she's pretty. I don't care what the crap she's saying.
But I want you
No
to say
offense.
that. I want you to say that name 10 times fast. Dominique, the dump truck driver. Dominique, the dump truck driver. All right, I just said it 2 times fast. So it
I
doesn't
mean,
matter.
you know, I don't even. Whatever. So
Well,
let's talk about it.
you know, let's get into it. You have videos that just make fun of everybody, right? Do you?
No, not everybody. Like,
Just the
I mean,
boneheads.
that guy in that green shirt walking away, I wouldn't make fun of him.
Right. Well,
That guy can legitimately squash me,
yeah.
and I'm not squashable.
That's a question. Are there videos that you won't put up because you're like, this guy is gonna kick my butt. He knows where I live.
No. I
But
look
you're a
for
big
that.
dude. You're a big dude. So
Yeah, that's because I eat a lot of Little Debbie's.
But you're talking like, I would hang out with you because I would be the guy. It's like, hey, you got a
This
problem
guy
with me?
said he'd hang out with me.
Barely.
You don't
yeah.
know me very much.
No. Oh no.
I'm the total not to clown. I'm the guy falling asleep in the corner.
What?
Yeah, I'm not a people person. If you hadn't told.
Most YouTubers are, right? You hide behind the keyboard.
Here's the thing: when
and
you're
the
on
videos
YouTube,
you put
like
up.
back in the day when I was vlogging,
Yeah.
it was just me and the camera. That was it. Me and the only person fat shaming me was that eyeball right there, and you could adjust that. You could go and move it up here and take off 50 pounds just
So
like that.
critical. It's so critical.
And now
Right? It doesn't lie,
You could
though.
with AI and make you look skinny.
With AI, it can give you hair. Right?
Sign me up. I mean, I got hair in places that shouldn't have hair.
That's what I'm saying. It's a cruel joke.
It's like,
yeah,
you know, you
I'm
lose
gonna
it
take
here,
away the hair on
but you
top,
get them on your butt crack. What's
and I'm
up
gonna,
with
yeah,
that?
unbelievable. No, why? Hair on my back? That doesn't need to be there.
I mean, I get
Does
them
my
as
back
like,
need to be
you
warm?
ever do this? My grandmother used to say, "Stop pulling those; it goes to your brain."
You know,
And they're like that long.
If you know, I don't want to
That's
gross
where my brain
everybody
damage
out.
is coming from.
It's true. You pulled out the wrong thing. You pulled out the hair that was the cork holding everything in. So you used to drive, though. You were a driver.
Uh-huh.
And then you were like, you know what? I see all these boneheads on the road. When did you start? When did you decide to take it in your own hands and do something about the boneheads?
There's a camera over there on that table over there, right? I literally took it in my hand and I started filming it myself.
You're like, no more. Not in my city. These boneheads.
So
need
back
to
in the
be
day, that little old midget right there, sorry, little person right there.
Little person.
I'm sorry, I can't say words. I forget I'm live. Yeah,
Shame.
that little person right there. But no, back in the day when I started on YouTube, it was like 2009, 2010.
Okay.
And we had all these politically correct guys that I love to death. I love their stuff. And they're like, oh, trucking is so great. Yeah, look at all these pee bottles everywhere. Yeah, it's so great. This is what it really is. And I was that guy. And
the way of the road.
So I just started filming stuff. As I was vlogging and crap, I'd still do the vlogging, but I wouldn't, listen, it's great.
Yeah.
Makes good money.
Yeah.
But hey, there's a part of this that's disgusting. You know, you ain't going to have a shower every day. You just ain't going to do it.
No.
And some of the, hey, what's going on? You got $1 million? I'm broke. Literally,
poor guy.
I told
This
you
poor
I was
guy
going
needs
to pick
money.
it. Hey, if people want to say hi to me, I'm going to say hi back.
Look,
Mama's over there. Don't talk to him.
that guy is David Spade over there. David Spade just walked by.
That guy's bad news. That's that Bonehead Truckers guy. I haven't seen
Did
any
that guy
flip
win
flops
that?
here. So
Did he win that thing? That guy walked off the street.
what?
Yeah, so
This is great YouTube entertainment right here.
Yeah,
I
this
mean,
is perfect.
you have
Nobody
to be
can
here.
see anything
If you
that
would
you're
have seen
talking
the
about.
crowd here lining up to get my autograph as I was walking up, it was
well,
unbelievable.
that was the issue. We were like, please, people, back. But you know what we did? We did what most nightclubs do. You know, there's nobody in there, and we just held back the crowd to make it look busy.
Yeah.
They were just all the employees here.
To the millions watching on YouTube at home right now,
Billions.
please hit the thumbs up, please.
Hey, that guy's got a Lions hat on. All right, go Lions. Let's
You know
do
Dan
this.
Campbell's from Texas, from Meridian, Texas, and I was a radio buddy of mine. Went to school with him. He played tight end for the America's team, Dallas Cowboys. You know about the Dallas
sorry?
Cowboys? You don't know
No.
about the Dallas Cowboys? We beat you.
I don't. Oh,
I mean, we beat you fair and square
Oh,
too. I don't
that
care
was
what those freaking zebras said.
man. That was
Yeah.
a complete rip.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How about them Cowboys anyway?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No. How about not? You probably were like, "This is a good game. This was completely legit." How about them? You know, I thought we won't get into football, but I thought Jerry Decker.
Oh, that's right. You're from
Right.
Michigan.
He reported.
Oh,
he reported.
Man, it's
You
got to
know he
be tough
reported.
from you to be a Michigan or a Lions fan. Like
In Texas.
Oh, you live in Texas. Well, congratulations. You came up in the world.
So
He loves the weather. I guarantee you.
you transition to Bonehead Truck. What was your first video, or what happened with your channel? Did you see it blow up after you started posting some videos?
Yeah.
And now
It's
people
a good
just
time to take a drink when you're supposed to answer the question. So, I don't know. COVID came. Remember that thing? Oh, I said the word. Sorry, Google. It's
bad.
And there's going to be some kind of thing on the freaking
Yeah.
underneath the screen that says, we're going to tell you the truth about this whole C thing, this Breaker 19 deal.
Yeah, right. Just don't start throwing out any cures or anything.
Yeah.
You know? And who cares about where you stand on your vaccinations? We don't need to go there.
I give my dogs vaccinations. Let's just put it to you that way.
Okay.
And, so it was that year when people were sitting at home.
the world stopped.
And I just started putting stuff together. Hey, let's try it out. And just started working.
Yeah.
And I was a local driver driving for Walmart. And And it was just like,
First, you were filming folks in Walmart, and then
I filmed some dumpster divers there. That was like really fun to watch dumpster divers at Walmart. It was really cool.
This thing's still good.
I mean, those are the best things. But yeah, it just kind of just took off, and I was just like, hey, I can do this for a living now. And
so now that's what you do. You quit trucking.
Yeah.
And now
I don't
you do
even
this
have a
full-time.
CDL anymore. I said, screw it. No, actually, I just forgot to take my medical exam. That's it. It's boring.
Yeah,
I didn't
right.
say screw it, but it sounded good for the internet and all the people over here watching.
So what help has come? What good has come from Bonehead Truckers?
What good?
Yeah.
Do you see any flip-flops around here?
Oh, see, so that
No.
was a question.
Yeah, that's you see them at shippers
What?
and
Is
receivers
that what
all
he
the
said?
time. That's it. We don't wear them at the truck shows, but when we go to the shipper, we're gonna go wear our flip-flops. That makes a good idea.
So that's okay. So it's okay for truckers when you're driving to wear flip-flops. That's what you're saying.
I don't.
Oh, you don't condone
I never
that.
did, just for the fact that I think it's dangerous. But some people do.
So
Some
what
people
is the proper foot attire when you're driving a truck?
just something like that. It could be a tennis shoe, a boot, what
Okay.
have you.
Okay.
I mean, I ain't anal about it. I ain't over here going like, hey, you got to wear a suit. I ain't wearing no suit. Look at me. I wear shorts all the time. It's 30 freaking degrees outside, and I'm wearing shorts.
I didn't notice that.
That
Is that a
guy's
Texas thing, or is that just
It's
an
'cause
Ike
it's
thing?
hot as heck in here.
Right now, what?
It is
freezing.
It is hotter than a son of a gun up in here, especially walking back and forth. They got this over here on the west side. Is that the west side? They got this booth over here, has this big old freaking heater over here. Yeah.
Really?
But they got one over here? Thanks.
Because
appreciate
people are
it.
cold?
Huh?
Because people are cold?
No,
It's
they're
like
trying
a-
to sell them.
Oh, is that what
yeah,
they're doing
you're
here?
heating up the whole freaking place. Thanks a lot.
Right,
And then,
that's what you need. You need to get yourself a little cart like that, Ike. Right there.
What cart? Oh, yeah. Dude.
One of those.
As if I'm not fat enough. I'm just going to stay
And then you
fat.
just load it up with food.
'Cause
you know,
I've been
you
eating
carry your
barbecue.
wagon of stuff behind you.
In like Louisville, like big
You
port.
could pimp that out and like Bonehead Trucker flags, put the cars
That's
on
what
the
I'm saying.
spokes.
That's
you know,
what I'm saying. I'm gonna
really
sit
do
down
it
the
up.
whole daggum time.
Right?
Look at that kid right there. He's an Asian my fan. See that guy?
Where's that?
right here?
That guy?
Oh,
These
he's
guys
looking
are
away now.
fans.
He saw a chick. Never
Ah,
mind.
they're
he saw
out.
a chick.
Is that?
Yeah, no, we're talking about you.
You guys know about Bonehead Trucker? Oh yeah.
Oh.
Now, you got
Sorry.
any favorite videos? Oh yeah. Have you ever submitted the video?
Look at the big crowd sitting
Yeah,
here.
yeah.
We were going to have bleachers going up in here, and they like, yeah, screw this guy.
What?
They were here for the chick
How
yesterday.
many videos do you get a day, an hour? Millions.
Oh yeah. I get millions an hour. Yeah, pretty much. So no.
Like, really? That's
So I usually have like my email. It's easy for me, and it's easy to people to send files to. But some
Yeah.
people can't send stuff through email, so I say go to Facebook. So I get messages through email, Facebook. I got a Facebook group that people go to post stuff up, and I have to screen record that. It's kind of annoying, but hey, it beats sitting at a freaking dock somewhere. So
yeah. You're complaining
if I'm
about
complaining
the videos.
about screen recording or something, yeah.
I wish
real-
my screen recording was better. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but no, that's usually how I get. At first, I just scam the internet. Like, okay, I'm gonna make this, and all those videos are like 3 minutes long.
Right.
And people are like, it ain't long enough. And I'm like, okay, send me some crap.
Yeah.
And so they started sending me some crap, and it got longer. And so sometimes I have to just make stuff up too.
Well, what's your background? You can't just jump into that, or did you like have zero editing skills? Well, you said you were in radio.
I started. Me and my friends in high school, or even younger when I was a little kid. I used to play around with video cameras and stuff, and
Yeah.
before there was a YouTube and everything, and they'd be on VHS tapes.
Oh,
I've
yeah.
always been
Some
a fan
stop
of video.
motion.
Yeah, stop motion. That's what
Your
we do.
G.I. Joes. Yeah, I'm with you.
No, I
All
would
right.
do the stop motion. Yeah, yeah. No.
And then
we
you were
just
probably
act
huge
goofy,
on-
just like we do now.
You're probably huge on MySpace, right?
I was not huge on MySpace.
Well,
you
you
know
had
who my
Tom.
top friend was? Was Tom.
It's- it's
And that was
Tom.
important because that was like the first time I saw like my old high school girlfriends. I gotta
Oh.
look important. So
Yeah.
I would get these like rock stars. You know, yeah, I'm personal friends with this guy from a band called Fear Factory.
Yeah.
You don't know who they are, but they're
Yeah.
cool.
I do know Fear Factory.
You know who they are.
I saw them at
Right.
Harpo's in Detroit. They're
that guy
awesome.
has the guitar player back then. I
Oh
forgot his
man,
name.
speed metal. The drummer was
Yeah.
sick.
So now this is the fun part of the little show. We're going to talk about music.
Yeah, let's just
Heavy
switch
metal.
us over to heavy
Heavy
metal
metal.
music.
Everybody loves the music I put on there because I love heavy metal. And plus, it just
did you ever
sounds better.
play? Do you ever play an instrument?
I play a great tennis racket.
Oh, air guitar.
Yeah.
Okay.
Knew who I was when I was a little kid. I was David Lee Roth.
Okay.
Okay.
Did you ever
that was
like
with the
jump
flashlight.
up? Did you ever jump off the stage, try to do the splits? Go
No.
ahead and jump. No.
No, because my story is that. Never mind. We don't do that.
All
There's
right.
kids watching.
Yeah, right. Let's get back to the splits. No. Videos. So all of a sudden, people just start sending you videos. Do you ever have to? Well, you got to screen them, right? So you're like, you're like, hey, please, not this type of video.
Yeah. How about landscape mode, please? Because listen,
Right.
all my crap is like on this little table right here, and
Uh-huh.
or TV. And when people are trying to watch it, they want to see the whole screen, not a strip.
Yeah.
We're not on
Yeah.
TikTok, people.
Story of my life,
This is
man.
YouTube. TikTok is going to China. We're not allowed to have freaking TikTok anymore.
Right, right. Do you think that's going to happen?
So screw TikTok. Come back over here to the good side, over here at YouTube, all right?
Come back to Meta. Yeah.
But no, what do I don't like? I typically, now I say this,
Yeah.
I typically don't put the lot lizard videos on there.
Right.
I say this
Well,
because
those are
tomorrow
boring.
morning I got a video of a lot lizard posting up. But
Ooh.
instead of selling herself, she's selling Bonehead Truckers shirts, so you have to watch that video. Yeah, she is. So,
Really?
excuse me, sir. Excuse me. I'm selling Bonehead Trucker shirts. That's what I heard. You
Okay.
have to watch the video.
Okay, right, yeah.
Marketing, people's marketing.
I don't know. That might have been a voiceover, but yeah.
Oh, yeah, I could do a heck of a voiceover. Have you not heard? I could do a voiceover. Listen, I don't have to worry about losing weight because I got a podcast on the other side called Three Fat Truckers Podcast. They're not fat shaming me. We already talked about
Yeah,
this, but I
yeah.
loved it so much, I'm talking about it again.
Well,
And-
there's new people. I don't think they heard that. Yeah.
No, they're like, fat truck drivers? Doggone, now I don't feel so bad. Like, come on, well, guess what? Have you looked around? Looked at them, especially the men.
Well, listen,
especially the men. You
what,
looked around, come on.
What type of? Well,
I'm not going to point any fingers.
Not gonna. Well, we know America. You know, we love our fast food. We love our sweets.
And we're tired of Wendy's and a freaking truck stop.
Oh no, you don't want Wendy's
Or Subway.
What? No Baconator? You kidding
Only
me?
for the save the Frosty, give us something else. That's the reason why I'm running for president of the United States of America.
Oh, you know what? I bet you would have a huge
Vote
following.
for me.
What would be your mantra?
Huh?
What would be your saying? What would be your slogan?
I don't know what a mantra is. You're
All
going
right.
to have to dial it down for us country boys.
What would be your slogan? You know, would it be
I'm getting rid of the hours of service, ELDs, getting rid of the DOT and the chicken coops.
woo?
Okay? That's what I'm getting rid of.
Okay, I love it.
Trumpy Trump, you listening? I know I can't, they're not going to write me in that many times. I could be your secretary of whatever it's called, FMCSA. You know what I do? I walk into the FMCSA office and say, you're all fired. I'm the head honcho. But who are you going to replace us with? Nobody.
Yeah, and you're
No
like,
rules.
Yep, and then when you talk to America, you just be like, send us your videos. Send us your video. You're kind of like the Bob Saget of.
Ooh, you're
Right?
close. You got me
like
thinking
that?
of,
You like
I know
that?
Bob Saget.
Yeah, the Bob
but-
Saget of trucker videos.
You ever watch the Tourette's guy back in the day? No. I'm sorry.
No,
I love Tourette's guy.
no. Do you remember?
Sorry.
do you remember the Jedi
Yes.
kid?
No,
The Jedi
I
kid?
remember America's Funniest Videos.
Yeah,
home videos.
right.
Yes,
America's
yeah.
Funniest Home Videos. I mean, you watch it all the time.
Yeah.
And come on, whatever. I mean, we might be
Watch out.
Full House. Right there, you go.
What you got in that bottle right there? That's not Pepsi.
No, he's hiding
that's
it.
a
He's
koozie.
hiding it.
Well, you got Jack? What was in there? You're about to.
We're gonna have to get this guy a breathalyzer.
What's it take to get one of those? You get those from a place over here? My feet are tired. That's all I'm saying. I'm gonna get me one of those. What's wrong with you? Nothing. I'm comfortable. How about that?
Yeah, I've had 3 rounds of cancer.
A what?
3 rounds of cancer. Look at my head.
That's well, good for you, man.
Oh, okay.
Keep it up.
Well, doggone. Look at you.
There's 3 scars right there.
Wow.
I've got a plastic plate in my head and screws in there. That's not what
All my screws are loose, so. Well, and you're out here doing your deal. You still driving a truck? We're interviewing this guy now.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
okay.
Well, thank you for your service. Hey,
yeah, you can do that.
Was that right? That
Yeah,
was right.
you
That
can
was
do
okay. All right.
Either
yeah.
way.
Yeah. What's your favorite truck? Peterbilt.
I like how he
All
said
right.
it. Peterbilt.
Peterbilt.
That's what I'm saying. No one says that for a Volvo.
No, that
no
is-
one's doing that.
yeah.
Every time someone has a Volvo, you got flip flops. You got a hole in the floor of it. You got all. sorts.
Oh, don't say it too loud. Don't say it too. No, there could be some.
He's
Volvo.
over here looking.
Oh, 70 Sam. Yeah, I remember the mud flaps used to have those with 70 Sam.
That guy's got flames on his head. Hey, your cap's on fire.
My head's on
Your
fire.
cat's on fire. Your cat, there's got a cat on there. Meow. Oh, that kind of cat. They don't
It's a
make
good-
those trucks anymore.
It's a good
Doggone.
beard. That's a. Thank you very much. Enjoy the show.
I hope they heard that. That guy was
Yeah.
cool. He had loose.
Yeah.
You did what?
I thought the same
Cousin
thing,
Eddie.
and then he had the
Yeah.
plate on his head because his hair won't just.
He
part
sounded like
right,
one of
but
those
he- you know.
one-uppers.
Yeah.
I would love to see him in a TV room somewhere, just to be
Right?
totally honest. Yeah.
Absolutely.
You ever
Yeah.
been into a TV room?
No.
Let me interview you here for a
All
second.
right, let's go.
Have you ever driven a truck?
No.
Well, I'm here
No.
to tell you about a TV room. That's
Yes,
all
sir.
I'm going to say. I'm not going to tell you. TV room. You know what the best? What do they watch in the TV room? What's on TV
The
in the
TV.
TV room? Any guesses? Law and Order.
Law and Order.
Yes.
Is
Law and
always
Order.
on the TV room.
As always, and everybody's waiting for a shower, or they're homeless. There's a couple guys I've seen over here is homeless. That's like,
Is that what a TV
they just
room
let
is?
them in.
Is this something that? Is this
Or maybe they're Swifty Swift.
driver's lounge?
Yeah.
Thank you very much for us folks that don't know. You talking
Yeah,
some
it's the
lingo?
most depressing thing in the world, but a lot of times you have to sit in there and wait for your shower.
Oh.
Wait for your shower number to be called, and they got
What?
Law and Order. I don't even know. But, I know the reason why I brought it up.
Yeah.
There's always a one-upper in there. There's always sitting there talking about,
In
well,
Law
I
and
told
Order?
her. No.
Oh.
The people sitting in there.
Okay.
The drivers. There's
Right.
a one-upper.
Oh, yeah.
In case you
Right,
haven't
right,
figured
right.
it out.
Right.
Trucking in general is a bunch of full of 3.5 million one-uppers, including myself. If that midget, that small guy right there says something right there, I'm going to go and one-up him. Of course,
Yeah.
you know, he's like 4'2" anyway. Everybody's one-upping him.
But
so.
but like with an answer like that, how could you one up that answer when he's like,
Well, you
"What's your
just
favorite
don't,
truck?"
'cause he's older than
Peterbilt.
you.
You know, how
like-
could you one up that?
That guy's old enough to be my father and a half. Like,
Yeah.
not quite. So it's like, you don't. You just let him win. You just let him win.
Let him win. So
That's
there is
the
no
reason that
one
guy
upper.
walking a while ago with the
one
freaking
downer.
headphones in, yeah, he didn't want to hear no one-uppers.
He doesn't want. No.
I don't know why people wear their. Okay, never mind. Sorry, go ahead.
What is if you could have a group of videos or a style of videos topic, what is the most sent in video like type? Is it the parking lot? Is it the showers? Is it making fun of people? Is it wrecks, crashes? I was watching one where some guy was parked right in front of the gas line, and some guy just like came out. It's almost like this, like your channel's almost like like the news, you know, where they're gonna like, I'm turning you into the news because this guy was parked in front of the gas station. Thank you, Fuel Island.
I was just going to let him run and say gas station.
Gas station. No, let me do it.
Because hey, listen, this is streaming on Bonehead Truckers.
Right,
and
right.
this is
I'm
like-
now the bonehead. Yeah. It was, yeah. Well, so everybody's probably
I
seen
love
it.
Buc-ee's, by the way. You want to know why?
Why?
Never mind. I'm not going to say
Hey-o,
it.
yeah.
I don't want my butt being whooped here. Okay, I'm just saying.
Let's let that one go.
I have a very unpopular. Go ahead. I interrupted you.
No, listen, I interrupt myself. No. Well, I didn't even know where I was getting at. Oh, it's
Welcome
like a
to my
defense.
world.
It's like a defense for them. It's like, I'm gonna get you. You're now on Bonehead Truckers. You made it. You know, but that guy, I don't think he cared, or maybe he didn't know.
What people really like is he's Rex, whatever.
And he didn't
They
blur
like
out
the-
his face either. You're like,
People-
this is how it goes. Like, I got you.
People like the confrontation. They like the face-to-face.
Yeah.
Shout out to Johnny Mack if you're out there watching somewhere on the internet's out there. He is like me junior. When I was
Okay.
out there, he's like older than me, so sorry about the junior part. But when I was out there, I'd put the camera in. You ask anybody that watch those old videos, I was in the fuel aisle and say, hey, you're in my way here. I'm putting a camera in your face.
Yeah, but
he does it too.
You're a big dude. Like, what? You know, I can't
he's
do that.
Small too. He's like small.
They'd be like, get out of here with that camera, guy.
Medium shirt. He wears like a legit medium T-shirt.
But now you've empowered us little people. You empowered us with, or us little people, with the phones. You know, now our phone is our weapon.
He's not a medium. Look at his belly. That's not a medium right there. He needs to be in a small, but you are definitely a large. Huh? Ask IKEA when he's having to buy another one.
Listen, we put it together in 2 seconds, so it definitely wasn't IKEA. You know.
I'm just saying, the three
we would have had to upholster
podcast.
the thing if it was IKEA. Here's your cow, and here's some wood.
I love going to IKEA,
put it together.
Though. I'm just saying, but my
Good
chair
luck
ain't
finding
from
anything.
IKEA.
You're like, oh, I love this hanging basket. Where is it? It's in the warehouse downstairs.
I don't even know where this conversation's going now.
IKEA.
That's the perfect thing about it.
Right.
You know.
Listen, back to America.
I don't know. IKEA, that's where I shop at, is an IKEA in America.
Do you ever post a video of yourself?
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, I just fell
Not to
on
make
my
myself
butt.
look bad, though. Why would I do that?
That's awesome.
Every now and then, like, I may make fun of myself.
Do you ever have, like, the Bonehead Awards?
That's a good idea.
Right?
Well, I have the, Bonehead Truckers of the Year, but there's, no winner.
You need to, have the
winner
people
needs
vote.
to have to get something.
Give the people, give them a trophy that looks like a bone and a head. Right? No, have your fans design a trophy.
Most of the people that end up on Bonehead Truckers are like that guy I said, Bonehead Trucker? That guy? Yeah, I don't know if y'all know who that guy is. They don't speak no English. Bonehead Truckers. He is very famous. He's got his own shirt and everything. You don't even know.
Does he really?
I tried looking for him too. Like look up his company. I guess they
Where
couldn't
is this
speak
guy?
English either, so.
Dude, that's what you need to do. Where are they now? Where are they now? Are they still on the Bonehead Truckers?
Contact at boneheadtruckers.com. If you were on Bonehead Truckers, where are you now? Have you fixed your ways? Are you still driving for Swifty Swift?
Why does Swift have such a bad rep?
Because it's so big. And they had Swift on the side of their trailer. You know, before them it was JB Hunt.
Right.
But they're so big. They bought out MS Carriers back in the day. MS Carriers was the big dogs back in the day.
Really?
And so Swift comes along with slow trucks, and they were always in the ditch before the internet invented. Okay, before Al Gore invented it. So they always had.
He also invented global warming. I don't know if you knew that.
Invented everything. That's the reason why you need to vote for me. I'll reinvent it.
You'll reinvent the invented. There you go, bud.
Yeah,
there you go.
yeah.
That's your slogan. We just did it.
I mean, I'll
Full
take
circle.
credit for anything that's good and nothing that's
bad.
bad.
Vote for Bonehead Truckers.
That's what politicians do anyway.
We'll reinvent the invented. We'll do exactly the same thing.
Politician. No more wearing a monkey
promises.
suit.
Yeah. Are we talking over each other?
Are we doing what?
It's great.
I love
it.
Let me ask you, the viewers out there on the internets, are we talking about or over each other?
Well, it is Matt's 2024, folks. We have 3 minutes left. The time flies by with this guy. Actually, it's the first time we met. Every time I meet you, it's always a blast.
Every time I've seen you at these shows, and you're offering me to buy me beer.
All the time.
And wine coolers.
And I asked my boss to put it on his card, and he's always like, well, we got to talk about it.
I don't
dude,
drink.
Look at Yetis.
What?
Bigfoot.
Oh, no. Yeah, dude.
Bigfoot.
They're over there. They're real.
Can you do a Chewy impression? Let's hear it.
I did a video with one of those guys.
Let me hear you.
Chewy.
Can it? Is that it? Let's see.
That was horrible. You're rolling your R's. That's not how you do it.
The reindeer recruiter last year. Oh man, that's awesome. That's my okay. That's we got 1 minute left. Ike.
I told you, hey, I could steal his time.
What do you have to promote? What's coming up? What can we expect from Bonehead Truckers?
Okay, so tomorrow I'm driving home. All right, let me promote that a little bit. All right.
In 1 minute. That's it. Okay, great.
No. Boneheadtruckers.com. You can get shirts just like this. They probably will look better on you than me because you're probably a lot skinnier than I am. So, but yeah.
Well, thank you
That's
thank you so much. We are OTR Performance, makers of OTR Diagnostics.
You plug crap in.
I'm plugging this right now, guys.
No,
This
but
is
you
my
plug
time to
crap
shine.
into the
My
truck.
time. My time down here. Goonies. Remember? It all goes away
I
when you go up
should know
Troy's bucket.
But
Anybody?
y'all like
Anybody? Right? Thank
But
you.
you plug crap into the truck.
Oh, right. Yeah, our diagnostic tool. Thank you. It's a
Welcome
plug.
to
We're
YouTube.
plugging.
This is called a segue. We're plugging crap into the truck. Welcome
Thank
to
you for
my
bringing
channel.
that up.
This old gal that was sitting in here yesterday didn't say crap, did she?
She was great.
I wonder if she took
Dominique.
a crap like ever. Do
Well,
women take a crap?
Supposedly they don't. But
Do women take a crap?
that's
Okay.
a great segue into our product, I guess.
go
Yeah.
ahead.
Anyway, OTR Diagnostics, plug it into your truck. It empowers you. It gives you the power to do your own diagnostics, check your live data, do dealer commands that were once reserved for the dealer. For the owner-operators, it's the perfect tool. Check us out, OTRPerformance.com.
Awesome. Thanks for having me.
Ike,
I
thanks for
didn't
being
call
here.
your stuff crap.
Thank
I just
you.
like saying crap.
Well, it is a
just
fun
like
word.
saying crap.
It is
It's
a fun
fun to
word.
say.
I hope my son's not listening.
And listen, we're talking to a bunch of drivers. They use far worse
They
words
don't
than crap.
swear. These are no. They don't
You
swear.
ever heard of-
There's our music. Oh, we're counting down. Yeah, now wrap it up, music.
Okay.
Nobody wraps it up on me. You know who this is?
This is
This
like
is
Fancy's
Bonehead
got his
Trucker.
own music and everything. The old sound guy.
All right, folks.
That's
check
awesome.
check out Bonehead
Not
Truckers.
my music though. I could watch this on porn.
Thanks so
Sorry,
much.
Mom,
We'll see you
don't
soon.
watch that video. I'm not on that website. Okay.
Right here, man.
Do I got to stand up? Thank you. I don't look as fat when I'm standing up.
Damn, you're tall. All right.
Test, 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 test. Well, here we are again. Matt 2024. And we're live. Hooray, hooray, hooray. We're at the OTR Performance booth. I am here with my new best friend, Matt Eso, not to be confused with Esso, the petroleum company,
I wish
if
there
you're
was
from
one more
Canada.
S. If there was one more S, I wouldn't be sitting here right now.
Well, Matt has a YouTube channel called The Little Guy Trucker, or no, yeah.
The Little Guy Show.
Oh, sorry, The Little Guy Show.
It's right there.
Why can't I read?
That's it. We're not best
Matt,
friends anymore.
Why can't I read?
That's it.
Anyway, let's start over. Hi, I'm Steve.
Closer?
Hi, I'm Steve. Nice to meet you.
Nice to
And yeah. Well, Matt, you've been doing this for how long? How long have you been doing this YouTube thing,
a
bud?
little over 12 years.
12 years.
But first, hey, before we get started, how about everybody here make some noise real quick? Give yourselves a round of applause. Look at all these people sitting right here watching
That's
this.
awesome.
This is awesome. Thank you
That's
so
right.
much
That's
for
right.
coming to see my ugly mug.
Right?
But
well,
that's awesome.
I wouldn't be so hard on yourself.
So check, yeah.
You know, I'd be harder. Harder. I don't know why I said that. I know.
So anyway, my YouTube channel
Right.
started day one of truck driving school 12 years ago. And
Yeah. I'm going to push this a little closer.
a little closer? Just a little bit closer.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, so now we're
Ooh, do you like that?
sounding
See?
better.
There you go.
All right, anyway.
This summer.
So I learned about trucking from watching YouTube videos. And back then, there was maybe a handful of YouTube truckers. You know, you had Jerry Ott from Big Rig Talk.
Okay.
And you had there was like maybe 5 of them.
Okay.
You know,
Right?
Big Cat Trucker. You know, and I mean, those were my icons. Those were who I was like fanboying about. You know,
Right,
but I
right.
learned a lot from watching their videos about how to get into trucking and what to expect, and you know. I'd be sitting there watching the videos and learning a lot. And my dad would be like, you can't learn anything from watching a YouTube video. I'm like, well, Dad, if you go on Google, and there's nothing but forums of drivers, you know, bad-mouthing each other and complaining.
Yeah,
but here
a
on
lot of
YouTube,
complaining,
this
yeah.
guy's actually showing me what to expect. So when I was getting ready to go to school, you know, the night before in the hotel, I was on the phone with my dad, and I said, Dad, what should my CB handle be? You know, and we were just joking out, and I was like, I don't know, I still, 12 years ago, I can't remember why I thought of Little Guy. You know, but I was like, how about Little Guy, you know? He's like, oh, that's pretty cool, yeah. And it just stuck, you know, it stuck, you know. So the very next day was day one of school, and I pulled out my iPhone 4S and said, hey, everybody, this is me at the school, day one. And I just kept rolling from there, you know, day 2, day 3, showing, hey, this is what we did today. You know, this is, you know, and then we graduated school, and then I went to Werner Enterprises, my first company, and you know, by the graces of God, I had a really good trainer. You know, my trainer, you know, because you hear all the horror stories about going through training.
They were just, you know, I was talking to some influencers earlier in the week, and they were saying, you know, the training right now is just, they're so lacking common sense, you know, and then a lot of the training is, you know, you have a pulse, let me kick you out the door.
Yeah.
You know, what do you have to say about that?
You know, if you're going to be a trainer and commit to doing that, then you have to train. You can't just let these guys hold the steering wheel and get their hours in.
Right.
You know, and like I said, thank God, you know, I had a good trainer. He taught me everything I needed to know. And, you know, I videotaped and YouTubed everything. I even helped him make a YouTube channel. And shout out to Trainer James if you're watching out there. That's his YouTube.
Trainer,
yeah.
All right.
So he made a YouTube channel about being a trainer. And then my channel just kept evolving, you know. So I think it was like my 3rd month in. I had just became a qualified driver. I was on the yard at the Werner Enterprise Terminal in Atlanta. And I'm walking around the yard going to my truck. And a guy walks up, hey, you're that guy from YouTube. And I'm like... At the time, I had like 500 subscribers, you know?
Yeah.
But it was consistently growing, so I noticed that what I was doing is working, you know? My channel has like a more of a comedic, goofy, funny, educational, inspirational feel to it, you know?
Well, it's lighthearted, but informational. And, you know, I say this about every YouTuber, you know, that I meet, because I meet thousands. No. But, you know, the ones that have a big following, it's very like, what's the recipe? You know, how, like, if you ever want to know what the recipe is for success on YouTube, it's transparency and honesty.
Exactly.
Because you rip on yourself, you're joking, and I mean, and your fans don't, you know, some of those comments, man, they don't go easy on you.
They're brutal.
They do
No,
not
yeah.
go easy. But that's what your channel is, because you're offering that. You know,
like within my first 6 months of driving a truck, I did a video called "I Hit a Dumpster," and I did. You know, I was still brand new in the game, and I was working local with Warner, delivering building materials and whatnot on flatbed to Home Depot stores.
Right.
And you know, back then technology was still in its infancy. You know, like I do a video on trip planning, on how to use Google Earth satellite view to verify that whatever the bill of lading says, that's the actual truck entrance. Because a lot of times you'll get the bill of lading and you'll put it in your GPS, and then you'll get there and it's the employee entrance, it's the car entrance.
So now you just
and the loading docks, the truck entrance is on another road somewhere down the block. So I did a video on how to properly trip plan the right way with Google Earth satellite view, and said, hey guys, look, if this is the place, put it in the GPS, verify on satellite view that that's where the truck entrance is, because that's what I did wrong. I went in, filed the GPS, and now I'm nosed into the loading dock area, and I can't turn around. So I had to back out with a spread axle flatbed, and I hit a dumpster. You know, I tapped into a dumpster, you know, and I made a video about the whole thing.
Yeah.
I wasn't afraid, you know. I called the company first and said, hey, I hit a dumpster. They're like, don't worry about it. I'm like, okay, I'm going to make a video about it now.
I'm going to put it on the internet.
Yeah, and that's one thing about my channel that always worked, was I was always honest. I didn't fabricate anything, you know?
I wonder what people did before GPS. Are we talking about printing out MapQuest?
I came in 2012, and they were still teaching that it was a good thing to have an atlas in the truck, and I learned how to use the atlas. You know?
Oh yeah.
But I give credit where credit's due. There's certain truck stops you can go to today that still have the empty phone booth row, and back then that's what truckers did. They would get on a payphone.
Yeah.
And call the shipper. Hey, I'm about 20 miles out.
Right.
Hey, make a left here, make a right there. And I'm like, oh, could you imagine?
Well, there was.
I
don't know where we were.
You know?
We were somewhere, California, and there was a truck stop. Oh yeah, it's in California. It was a truck stop, and there was a payphone there. It didn't work.
Yeah, there's.
But I was like, I need a picture of this.
Yeah. There's certain.
And then I was like, I can't believe I touched this.
Certain TAs and Petros that still have. There's no phone booths in them, but they're there.
Yeah.
And if you know, then you know what they were. You know, so give credit where credit is due. That was.
Yeah.
I mean, if you even look deeper into the history of trucking, before trucks had sleepers,
right?
These truck stops had bunk rooms. Yeah, I'm not kidding. It was
like.
I was in the Navy for 6 years, so I know what it's like.
Really?
To
Okay.
Yeah. I know what it's like to sleep on the top bunk of 3 bunks.
Yeah.
Well, you know, so you see these pictures, you know, you look up the history of trucking, and truckers would drive during the day and get to a truck stop, and there would be a bunk room, a bunk house, and they were, 4 or 5 bunks high, and that's where they would sleep. And then you hear the stories about before there was power steering, before there was air conditioning.
Can't even imagine.
And you see pictures of the guy with his hand through the steering wheel to shift, because there was 2 shifters or 3 shifters back
with the
then.
cigarette and the coffee.
Yeah. So, I mean, we've got it so much easier now with FaceTime to stay in contact with your family and everything. And, like when I was in the military, and I was overseas, even with the technology we had 2000s and all the way, we had Skype. But when you're overseas, the Skype would come in, it would come out, but we still had it,
Very grainy.
Yeah, but now, here in the trucking industry, FaceTime, or any type of video chat,
all of it
is on the fly, and it's great to help stay in contact with because like I said, I don't know how those guys did it back then.
Yeah.
Those were a different breed of people.
Oh, for sure, for sure. But those are the mentors. Those are the folks that should be passing down, all of the tricks of the trade, all of the information. But,
there are some.
Are people receptive?
Well,
that's the thing.
You guys were talking about that yesterday. Where, the industry, the people in the industry, the type, like back in the day, even when I was a company driver, I would polish and wash and clean the truck.
Yeah.
And people would
say pride
to me,
in your truck.
Exactly. People would say to me, "Why are you doing that to a company truck?" I'm like, "I live in the thing, dude."
Right.
Well, why not want to have it look, and your truck's a representation of you.
Right.
We've all seen trucks out there that are just complete rolling garbage boxes.
Yeah.
I even do a video on, like getting pulled into a weigh station, stuff like the tips and tricks. And like one of the things is, and I even did a video with the DOT inside the weigh station to showcase how they, like, how you got the pre-pass?
Right.
And if it blinks red, you got to pull in. If it blinks green, you can keep going. Well, their system in there is so elaborate. Like they could, like that, it says weigh in motion. That thing really does work. And then all the cameras they have. So the first thing they see when you're pulling into the weigh station is the front of the truck. Now, if you've got potato chip bags and Mountain Dew bottles and stuff all over your dashboard, they're gonna, hey, let's pull him in to see what kind of garbage box this is.
Right.
So,
what else you got in there? Yeah.
I mean,
keeping it clean.
And that's one thing about the channel that I like. That was so helpful to people was I put out information that was relevant, and I tell it just like I'm talking to you. I am who I am in person that I am on camera.
Right.
I don't put on this big show for people.
Yeah.
So to speak.
It is who you are. Well, it's the 2024 Matt's Show, everybody. Day 3. Everybody thought we weren't going to make it, but we proved them wrong, didn't we, Matt? We proved them wrong because we're here.
Prepared to come to this show.
We're here. There's only a few hours left of the show. I hope folks are really getting their steps in. That's the main thing, right? I mean,
I did over 8 miles yesterday alone.
8 miles. We should, there should be app for Matt's folks that everybody that shows up.
Contest.
Yeah, steps contest, right?
Yeah.
So Matt, you were mentioning, Matt's on a channel, The Little Guy Show. I'm sure you guys have heard of it. He was one of the first folks to first trucker influencers to kind of take over.
First, yeah.
One of the first. One of my favorites.
Well, thank you.
So Matt, you were in the Navy, and I feel like there's this common thread with everybody. Like, how many truckers do you know that are former military?
Oh, there's a lot of former military, veteran drivers. What
Right.
branch? What branch?
There you go.
Oh hell.
Right.
No, I'm just kidding. The Marines are we're their taxi cab basically. The Navy is the Marines taxi cab.
You guys can start.
We're their Uber.
Right. You're the Uber. The Nuber. Yeah.
Yeah. No, but I think that
Why do you think that is?
Here's what I can tell you. I think that a lot of veterans
right.
decide to get into trucking because of when you're in the military, it's you follow a plan. There's a plan of the day, okay? And there's a lot of camaraderie in the military, and there's a lot of that in trucking, So you get used to the same thing over and over again, and you get comfortable with it. And I think that a lot of veterans decide to come into trucking because they can get into that same rhythm again, and they're comfortable with it. And as they continue to grow in the industry, and maybe they'll become an owner-operator or whatnot, and they'll be able to set their own pace,
Right.
Like right now, I started my career out as a driver, and I don't even drive anymore.
Right.
I'm the director of recruiting and marketing for TRC Freight.
Yeah.
Our company's a little over 3 years old, and it primarily caters exclusively to owner-operators. So if you have your own truck, right, and you don't have the funds to go and get your own authority and all, because it's expensive.
Oh, yeah.
So we provide an environment where it makes it very simple for the owner-operator to be successful. So if you have your own truck, you could bring it over and run under our numbers. We could provide plates, trailers, IFTA, everything else, the ELD.
Yeah.
And we to be competitive, we make it very simple with all the fixed costs. Like for instance, we do 82% of the revenue to the driver if they self-dispatch themselves.
I am not in the industry, but I'm going to shake my head like that's amazing.
I mean,
but it is,
I've
right?
heard of some companies doing more, but
Okay.
I mean, Here's to prove a point. We are a little over 3 years old. We have over 70 trucks that are all owner-operators on the road right now.
Wow.
3 years and over 70 trucks. And here's another thing, too. We just bought a company out of Oklahoma City called Reed Transport. We bought them all the way out. Everything. Their trucks, their facility, their trailers, their shop even.
Right.
And we're going to take all that equipment and turn it into company drivers. So right now, if you live in the Oklahoma City area and you're looking for a great company driver position, hit me up. Shameless plug.
There you go. It's a shameless plug.
But yeah,
I think owner-operators have a real tough gig, especially right now. You know, I know that we had interviewed an influencer by the name of Beast of Logan.
Yes.
Nice guy, man. He was super cool, and he had this. I forgot the name of his truck, but Beast of Logan, shout out. But you know, he had to sell his truck, and he became a company driver.
Yeah.
But you know, the guy is just, you know, you can't keep a good man down.
No, you
can't. Know, and he was just like, hey, it's the way it is. It's, you know, it's the up and down of the industry, and I'm just gonna ride the wave.
Yeah,
so,
and that's the trucking.
You know, it's up and it's
couldn't
down.
have said it any better. The trucking industry is like a roller coaster.
Uh-huh.
And if you could prepare for the down part,
right,
and be ready for it, you'll be able. Because when you hit bottom, it's a springboard to get back to the top.
Yeah.
You know, and you know that's one thing about TRC Freight that sets us apart from other owner-operator companies.
Yep.
Myself and the owners and most of our staff, we were all drivers. So we know what it takes to succeed out there on the road. We know the sacrifices that are needed to be made to succeed.
Well, there's a lot of things that you can, you know, that owner-operators need, and working for a great company is a huge advantage.
It's a huge thing, yeah.
And even like any type of advantage you can get on the road is a huge help. You know, like, you know, us, OTR Performance, we make a product called OTR Diagnostics, which plugs into your truck.
It'll be great for owner-operators.
Plugs into your truck. It enables you to, you know, check your truck's health by viewing live data. You can do dealer-level commands like force a regen, so you can do that on your own time. Check your soot, ash level, tons of cool things. I won't get into it. You can check us out online, but it's a way that it empowers the owner-operator to do the repairs themselves.
Yeah.
It resets fault codes. You know, it gives you you know, the information on it, so you're prepared to go to a repair shop, or maybe you can limp it to that repair shop and you avoid a tow. I mean, when you were out there on the road, did you ever have to get a tow, or were you ever break down?
Yeah, so I had a brand new Volvo when the new body styles came out back in 2019.
Okay.
Had the maybe 4,000 or 5,000 miles on the truck, and the lights come on like a Christmas tree.
Yeah.
I'm like, are you kidding me? This is a brand new truck. Like, really? Now?
Right.
And I was in the middle of nowhere, just south of Springfield, Missouri. You know, maybe like 2 hours in the middle of nowhere.
From now on, if anybody says a location, we always got to use Albuquerque.
Yeah, I was near Albuquerque.
You were in Albuquerque. Oh, that's crazy. Yeah.
So I called Volvo Uptime, and the lady on the phone was able to plug in virtually or whatever, wirelessly to my truck. And she's like, yeah, you got something wrong with the DPF system, sensors, yada, yada, yada. I'm like, she's like, you got to get a tow. And I'm like,
okay.
Yeah, how am I going to get it? I'm in the middle of nowhere. It's going to cost me a fortune
to
get a tow. Long story short, I called my sales rep at Volvo, and I said, hey, look, Volvo Uptime is saying this. They're saying you need a tow. He's like, look, just drive the truck. I'm like, well, can you order me this part so when I swing by, I could? He's like, look, no. The truck is so new that the parts are still on intergalactic back order. Those were his exact words, and I love that phrase. So, but he's like, I said, listen, if I drive the truck, I'm not going to void the warranty or nothing's going to. He's like, no, just drive the truck. It's just a sensor. Okay, cool. So from then on there, I would tell, you know, because drivers experience this all the time. I don't care what kind of truck you're driving. It's new, it's old, Peterbilt, Volvo, whatever. The stupid sensors are going to trip, and it's going to throw the whole system in disarray. This is my motto. If you've got good oil pressure and good water temperature and you don't see pistons coming through the hood, just drive the truck.
Just
drive the truck. Don't worry about the lights. They look pretty.
Yeah, right. Have you ever heard the analogy of...
It's only when they're twinkling that you should start worrying. If they start blinking, you might need to pull over.
Or if everything just shuts off.
Yeah.
That's a problem, too. Yeah. Have you ever heard the analogy of electrical tape over...
Yeah, we hear that all the time.
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah. Well, okay. We're just.
But
we're
I
thinking
don't
about-
even do the electrical. I'm just like, look, I like
Yeah.
to know that the light's on. Hey, look, the system is still working at least.
Yeah. Yeah. Right.
Because if the lights go off, I'm like, hey, wait a minute. Well, why is the light off now?
Something isn't right. Something is not right.
Exactly.
Oh man. So you are not driving anymore, and you're. Well, I guess my question is, why do you think it's so hard for the owner-operator right now? Like, what are the factors that are just kind of making it so hard?
And that's why I was saying before, one of the things that TRC Freight does differently,
Right.
The main thing is just, like I said, we were all drivers before. We've been to multiple companies. We started out at the bottom just like everybody else as a company driver.
Yep.
And, you get the old saying, you call into your dispatcher fleet man, what's your truck number? Not hello, how are you, what's your truck number?
Right.
We don't have that.
Yeah.
We get to know our drivers,
That's good.
And that way when they call in, hey, you've been with us a couple of months, I don't need to know your truck number. I know who you are. And I think that when you have that back office support,
Yeah.
to like, hey, I'm at a shipper, they're not loading me, I'm gonna be late to my next to the receiver. Hey, don't worry, we got you. We're gonna get with dispatch, we're gonna get with the shipper, we're gonna get with the receiver, and just let us know when you get loaded, and we'll set the time accordingly.
Right.
Whereas a lot of other companies, and I've experienced this, you'll call in, hey, what's your truck number, hogwash, and then you'll get, oh, let me transfer you to this department, and then before you know it, you're on the phone for 3 hours and you're getting nothing done, and you finally reach somebody and they're like, okay, let us know when you're loaded, right?
Right.
And now it's 12 hours later, and you call in, and now somebody else is on the phone, and they don't know, there was no turnover, so they don't know what's going on. They didn't make a note in the system or whatever, and now you're back to square one trying to explain this whole thing over again, and then they want to know why you're late.
Yeah.
Well, I told so-and-so. So, in a nutshell, what we do at TRC Freight is we cut out all that stuff. Look, hey, if I go by 4 main core values that I stand by when I look to hire a driver. 4 simple things, okay? 1 is safety. 2 is communication.
C.
3 is getting your loads delivered on time. And 4 is taking care of your equipment. If you could do those 4 simple things, the rest is easy.
Yeah. Yeah.
The rest is
no,
easy.
I mean, core values are huge. We stand by our core values here at OTR Performance. Let's just do a reset. 2024 Mats, everybody. 2024 Mats, day 3. We are here with Matt. ESO. I almost said SO because I was, well, we're from Michigan, and there used to be this SO gas station. You know what I'm talking about?
By the way, we got a special guest in the audience for those of you watching.
SO. Right. Yeah.
For those of you watching, we have a special guest in the audience, and just want to let him know that I'm very comfortable in this chair.
Well, we did
with
have
my
Ike from Bonehead.
Extra medium.
These guys.
Sure, we could do that.
On
right?
the same.
Can we do that? They want us to. They want to compare the size difference.
Yeah, right.
Come on up here. Come on. You can steal some of my. No, come on. Are you going to take a picture? Are you going to take a picture? Or are you taking a video? Oh, he's live.
Oh, he's live. Oh, he's
Come on,
telling his friends
look,
about it.
we got to give the fans what they want. I'm inviting you onto my show.
All right. Hey, everybody. Let's give a round of applause here. Give a round of applause. We got Ike from Bonehead Truckers, everybody.
All right. Now, what's the name of your channel? Yeah. Okay, we'll have to check them out. NFT ... All right. But anyway, but yeah. So
well, we're here. Yeah. Well, I was just gonna say to everybody, we're here with the Little Guy Show, talking smack. No, talking about the trucking industry and all things trucking. Now, Matt, you have your pulse on the industry. You obviously it's part of your job. You're recruiting people. What qualifications are you looking for an owner-operator?
So for owner-operators and company drivers the company division that we're starting.
Yeah.
So we're going to have owner-operators, and we're having our own company driver division of the company. for our insurance company and our requirements, you need to have at least 2 years of recent verifiable experience.
Okay.
Okay. You got to have a good, clean driving record.
Right.
You got to,
Easy.
and here's the thing. Like, I go through the application, like, with a fine-tooth comb. So, like, if you put on your application that you don't have any violations or accidents, I'm going to find it.
I'll find
you.
We'll find you.
And that's the crazy part. I can dig and find it. So I tell people during the interview process, look, be honest with me. Tell me everything now, so that way, if I find it, we don't have to worry about it later. Because
is there something you're not telling me?
Hey,
no, I'm clean.
Is this something you want to tell me?
It'd be easier if you just said it right now.
Tell me now, so I don't have to find it later.
If I find it later, you're going to be in more trouble.
Exactly.
Yeah,
but I'm looking, for our company, we're looking for, professionals that want to succeed and want to have a place to call home. Because that's another problem in the industry is there's a lot of job hopping. Drivers jumping from company to company.
It's the loyalty thing, I mean,
exactly.
It's because everybody's not treated the same, and promises are made.
Oh yeah,
right.
And that's one thing that I don't do as a recruiter. I would rather be brutally honest with you and tell you something that hurts. Tell you the truth that hurts.
Yeah.
Than be like, and then you come on board with us, and it's like, well, it's the old adage, the recruiter lied to me.
Right.
I remember when I joined the Navy. He was like, oh, yeah, you accelerate your life. And here
Be
I
all
am
you can
mopping
be.
the
Wait, that's
floor
something
and
else, yeah.
cooking. And I'm like, I don't remember
I
seeing
didn't
this in
sign
the
up for this.
brochure.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Well, everybody, it's Matt's 2024. We're here with the Little Guy Show. We got about 2 minutes left. Matt,
2 minutes.
2 minutes. Matt, shameless plug time. What are you promoting? How can people check out your show? How can people get involved with everything you've been doing, man? Go ahead.
So, like I said, my channel started out as a driver.
And now we only have a minute and a half, so go ahead.
Now
we only have a minute. And we're done. Thanks a lot, everybody. What?
Anyway, I started out as a driver, documenting my day in the life of a truck driver, and all my videos are still there from day one. You could you could go back and watch that very first video on the iPhone 4S today if you wanted to.
Right.
Just hit the little tab and go
to the
oldest
younger,
video.
less stressed
Oh
Matt.
my God. But now the channel's kind of going full circle, because I was a driver and now I'm in the upper echelons of the, in the office management team.
You crossed the line.
And we'll be able to document and show what it's like behind the scenes at a trucking company that actually cares about their drivers, number one.
That's cool.
And we'll be able to kind of go full circle and show progression, because a lot of drivers, especially us veterans, hey, how can I advance?
Right.
How can I move
Where do
up
I
in
go?
the world? Do I want to always be a driver?
What's the end game?
And
yeah.
it's great that, myself and, our owners at TRC Freight, like I said, we were all drivers, and they started the company. They brought me in to help grow it. And watching previous drivers now that have their own company and are building and putting drivers on that are successful and sticking around, that's a huge deal, you know? That's a huge deal. So
well, retention, all of it, but that just comes back to the honesty and transparency of the company and you as a person, really,
if you
in the YouTube
don't build
channel.
it in the recruiting stages, if you don't plant good roots, so to speak, you're not going to have a big tree.
Yeah.
If
So
if you
true.
need an analogy, but
And then you have to water it, and then pruning.
exactly.
And then what happens if you get like little bugs on it? What do you
have to-
do?
you-
What do you do
well,
with that? And then
sometimes
Christmas time comes,
sometimes you got to trim
decorate
the
it.
fat. But yeah,
Trim the hedges, yeah.
Check me out on YouTube, The Little
Perfect.
Guy Show, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, and you guys can send me emails, DMs, whatever. I respond to all the comments and emails and questions,
And this guy's very connected. So if 6 degrees of Matt eats, so I think Ike's like no, he doesn't know anybody. Well, thanks so much, everybody. Matt's 2024. Stick around. Next up, we have Truck It with Zeke, right? What do we got?
Yeah.
Thank you very yeah. We got coming up, and that's it. Matt, thank you so much.
Hey, thanks so much for having me, brother.
Yeah, Zeke Dog Trucking's
It's a
coming up
pleasure.
next, everybody. Stick around.
I always call them Lone Star. Yeah. So, you know, I don't be remembering people's government names. People may be looking for them.
That's true.
Yeah.
All right, everybody. Matt's 2024 day trace, day 3, and we're here with Zeke Dog Trucking. How's it going? Wait, well, actually, you should do your intro. I'll let you do it, buddy. Go ahead.
Hey, what's up, what's up, what's up? This your boy Zeke Dog, and I'm back with another video.
Right on, man, right on.
Yeah.
So we met. Zeke Dog came up to us. Oh, wait, is it Zeke Dog? Wait, what is it?
Zeke Dog.
Yeah, Zeke Dog, right on.
Yeah.
So Zeke Dog came up to us.
You got the dog in it. Zeke Dog.
Dog.
Yeah.
Zeke Dog. Well, I am from the D. I'm from Detroit. So actually, no, I'm from a city north of Detroit. But whenever I go out to places, I always give myself like street cred, you know. So I'm always like, hey, I'm from the D, you know.
Yeah.
This one guy called me out though. I was in an Uber and I was riding in, and he's like, "Where are you from?" I'm like, "Oh, I'm from Detroit." You know. He's like, "Yeah, we're about." And I was like, 8 Mile. He's like, "Yeah, we're at an 8 Mile." He's like, "I grew up in 8 Mile." I'm like, "I'm not from Detroit. I'm not. I'm from a city called Howell, and there's farm crossing signs. All right? Is that what you wanted to hear? No." But man, I'm so happy that you joined us.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Is this your first time here at Matt's?
No, it's not my first time here.
Okay.
Last year was like a trial basis.
All right.
We got in about 3:30 on Saturday.
Oh wow.
And I'm like, hey, this place is big.
Right?
So we came in, we looked around, and I was like, babe, we coming back next year early so we can see everything. So this is my first full experience of Matt's.
Okay, so what do you think, man? What's been your favorite part so far?
Just all the trucks, man.
Right?
Like, it's some crazy styles and designs, and I'm like, I want that one.
I was
want
going to say,
that one.
yeah. If you could pick, which one is your favorite truck? Which one is, do you see Zeke Dog driving?
It's like, my truck hasn't been invented yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, this is interesting.
Yeah,
And
so it's like, I love
explain.
the 900Ls.
Okay.
But I love the interior of the new Peterbilt's 589s. So it's like, if they can go ahead and do that upgrade on the KWs and give me that 900, then with all the bells and whistles, digital dash, that's what I want. But if I could leave here with a truck today, it'll be the 2024 Peterbilt 589.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, Peterbilt, if you're listening.
Hey, if you're listening, I'm good for the first payment.
Yeah, right, yeah.
After that, you may got to come find me.
So, how long have you been driving rig? And you're an owner-operator. You own your own truck.
I own my own truck.
Right on. And so, how long have you been doing that?
I got my CDL June of 2022.
Right, man. So, a rookie, right? You're a
rookie driver, just over a year and a half experience.
And what I think is so apparent with you, and I mean, if you guys have checked out his channel, I mean, if you're in a bad mood, just turn him on. My gosh, I can't help smiling. I'm like, you could like run this guy over with your truck and he'd probably apologize, right? You're just like, hey, and that's just from the video. I mean, you just look like such a nice guy. You come off so genuine, man, and the smile, I can't help but smile when I'm watching your videos,
YouTube
dude.
Version of me.
What's that?
That's just the YouTube version.
Right. Well, you do a great job. Behind the scenes, he's probably, like a clown. He's sad, behind the, you have the
No, I always love smiling, man. I was told years ago when I was like 10 years old, it's less muscles in your face to smile. So maybe I'm just lazy and I smile a lot. It take more muscles to frown. So I'm like, I ain't trying to work that hard. So I'm just gonna smile.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So when did you decide to just start recording your journey on YouTube? When to share it with the world, because it's not an easy thing to do right.
No,
everybody's like, oh, I'll just become a YouTuber. I got a phone. I'll just film myself, and the magic is done. But how? What made you decide to do that? My
whole journey into trucking made me want to do YouTube. I Sweet federal job. I don't know if y'all know about the GS pay scale, but I had a nice, good GS job, working from home.
Wow.
Took all the vacations I wanted to take.
Okay.
And I wasn't happy. So I said, what else could I do to make me happy? I want to own my own business. And I looked at the people that surrounded me, and everybody was truck drivers.
Mm-hmm.
And I talked to one of my buddies. I was like, hey, man, is there money in trucking?
Right, yeah.
I was naive to the trucking market. I didn't know much about trucking. And after getting schooled by him a little bit, and I'm like, man, I think I can do this. I can be a truck driver. And it was like, Zeke, man, you got a gravy government job. You're not about to leave that to come do real work. And so I started planning then to go get my CDL, what I wanted my trucking company name to be, and how can I share that journey with somebody else that was stuck in a job that paid good and decent, but you're not happy.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that's a ton of courage, right? Because you have a family, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So, breadwinner, like, hey, everybody, let's just start breaking out the ramen noodles. And, you know what I mean? Like, daddy's getting a new career, and
right.
But it takes a lot of courage to do that. Why not go for a company gig? Why, that would have been easy, right?
It would have been too easy.
Okay, maybe that's it.
Yeah.
Maybe that's it. Was it the owning your own business part? Was it the freedom to do what you want? Like, why?
Both. When I got a master's in business administration.
Okay.
So when I was studying for that degree,
not just a hat rack.
Not
folks.
just a hat rack. Yeah, I'm kind of smart. But when I was studying for that degree, I noticed that a lot of successful people own their own business.
Mm-hmm.
I just never knew what business I wanted to own.
Right on. Okay.
And I saw trucking as a business that I would enjoy doing. And so that's how the journey got started. I planned the name of my company out to me, Zeke Dog Trucking.
Yeah.
And I said, let me document this journey. And I sat in my truck and just started talking and saying, hey, I'm starting this YouTube channel right now, and I'm going to show you all, this is how you go get your permit. This is where I'm going to get my CDL. This is my first trucking company, and the journey just started from there.
Ah, that's amazing, man.
Yeah.
So it's Matt's 2024, day 3, folks. We are here in the OTR Performance booth talking to Zeke Dog Trucking. You just got to smile when you see this guy. Zeke, for anybody trying to start their own business as an owner-operator, how did you go about finding your first truck? Like, was it what was your decision process? What were you looking for that? Because it's not just an A to B vehicle, a commuter. Like, this is a new job that you're doing,
right?
And now you got to pick the truck that's got to be reliable. Because, man, you start off out of the gate with a horrible reputation of you not being able to make it because your truck's a lump of crap.
Yeah.
Like that's not a good way to start. So what went in that decision process?
Well, I drove for 2 companies first. I went to TMC.
Okay.
Got my CDL with them, drove their company truck for 6 months. I went to Prime Inc. for about 8-9 months, drove their lease truck. And I saved up my money over there.
Lease truck?
Yeah, it was just a regular lease, not to own or anything. And so step 1 is save up some money. You cannot get in the truck and broke. I promise you that. At the minimum, I would just save up about 10 grand.
Okay.
And there are options with different companies. I have a truck that I purchased from Lone Mountain Truck Leasing.
Okay.
And I saved up my money. I went to them, and my options were, who the heck can give me a truck first? If you can give me a truck today, I'm getting it from you. At that point, I'm thinking,
whatever,
man, I don't care if my interest rate is 50%. Just give me a truck. I want to drive for myself.
Start making
making good, bad decisions in the beginning, and just kind of go from there, man.
Right.
I make better decisions later, but my decision making was, I want a truck today. Who can give me a truck? And that's how I ended up with my truck. I got it with decent miles on it.
Yeah.
Like 380,000 miles roughly.
I always think that's crazy. I drive a Chevy Cruze, And I don't think I could relate the 300,000 miles on the Chevy Cruze. I don't think they're built like that.
Is that the one that's like the competitor to the Jeep?
No, this is
No,
just
that's
like,
the YJ.
yeah, no, this is just it's
No,
basically
no,
like a grandma
the
was driving the
Cruze,
car.
yeah, that's
just a
like
little four-door
the
sedan.
baby of the Malibu.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, I got you.
But you ride a bike, don't you?
Yeah, I ride Harleys.
Yeah, right on.
Yeah.
That's awesome. That's a whole there. Oh,
Harleys. Oh, okay. We got some riders out here, man. Yeah, I got a 2018 Road Glide Special, all black, customized, head to toe, 21 on the front.
What?
Yeah, it's slick. And the name of my bike, I don't know if I can say it on the air, but it's Black Pennies. Is the bike name. Yeah, it's because I wanted to name her something sexy.
Oh, yeah.
I think machines are sexy.
Agreed. And
And,
look
yeah.
at these beautiful pieces
Man, these
of
trucks
art,
are
right?
just like eye candy. Like,
Yes,
yeah.
absolutely. Yeah, I mean, the paint job and the paint schemes on these things, man.
You can go a million different ways with the themes on the truck.
Okay, your perfect paint scheme. I know, I see your brand colors, but
Yeah,
would
yeah.
you go full purple on it, or would the purple be an accent? Like
You
what
know,
is it?
I saw a truck over here with like a plum purple in it with the, I want to say like an orange frame.
Ooh.
I would use that plum purple in my color of the truck.
Yeah.
Frame, I got, whatever option I want to think of. Maybe a gunmetal gray or something.
Okay. Oh,
But,
yeah. What about the interior? What's that going to look like?
Oh, it's going to be purple.
Purple shag? You going to do some shag? No, just kidding.
Hey, if I find the right person to put it in,
Right.
shag is good, man.
Right.
It never went out of style.
No.
You
That's
just got to be
classic.
player with it. You
Right.
can't just put shag down and be like, oh, yeah, this is my old shag. You got to be like, hey, don't touch my shag.
Yeah, get your feet off my shag.
Take your shoes off.
Take your shoes
Yeah.
off.
Before you hit my shag.
Now,
Yeah.
Zeke, I was watching some of your videos, and I think it's really cool how you edit them and like the time lapse part of it.
Yeah.
Is that something that you do a lot with most of your videos? Is that kind of like your shtick? Because I think it's cool. I liked it because I found myself just watching. You're like, here we go, and then you play some music, and I was just like, this is cool.
Time lapse has always been cool.
Right.
I used to sit and watch people build houses off of time lapse, and I'm like, I can do that. All you do is just sit the camera down, and it's like it works by itself.
Yeah.
So sometimes I have to actually do some editing to make it do a time lapse, but it just depends. I normally record with about 4 different cameras.
Really?
Not at the same time, but I got options. I'll
Yeah.
put one here, sometimes 2 at the same time.
What kind
But
of are they all GoPros or what are you using?
I don't own a GoPro.
All right.
Yeah,
Okay.
I have a DJI Action 3.
Okay.
I have a DJI drone. It's the Air S.
I was going to mention you got a drone. So you don't just start off with that camera gear. What's your background in that stuff?
I had a small videography company, and I shot a couple weddings, literally a couple weddings.
I've done weddings, man.
Yeah.
Were you solo when you did it?
My wife helped me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, at least she was there. I mean, aren't those the hardest thing? That's a grind.
I loved it because I wanted to capture their story.
Yes.
In a video to where they can watch it forever.
I mean,
And
wow,
I
you put
was
it like that. I mean,
responsible for it. Yeah, it's
Jeez,
like
man,
all
like
your
that.
dreams of this beautiful wedding. I want to be responsible for sharing it with all your relatives, forever. Yeah, so I had a little background. Like I said, I only did like 2 or 3 videos with weddings, but I did recreational videos with YouTube on a motorcycle page that I have.
Okay. I think that cinematography and your videography really kind of separates you from a lot of the other YouTubers.
I didn't know that. Thank you.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Because it's like it's a polished thing. Like the aerial shots that you have, very smooth editing. I mean, it's coming from a place because I'm an editor, but I think that I'm just saying keep it up because I think that can make you unique. In the way that is.
And more people like recently have been like, man, we want to see more drone footage, and I'm like, for real?
For sure.
You want to see that?
Dude, everybody loves a good drone.
Yeah.
Our poor drone, Raul. What happened to our drone? Oh, it's got crashed too many times. Yeah, poor drone.
Yeah.
Well, what I want to know is, how do you stay positive all the time when you're out on the road, man. This is probably just you in life. I know, we got to give it up to the guy upstairs, but
True.
How do you stay positive with everything? Because driving on the road, it can be lonely, right?
It does.
And then you gotta get down.
The first thing, I wake up every morning, man, knowing I'm blessed.
Right.
One, we live in America, best country in the world.
Amen.
We wake up privileged to things that other countries don't have. And for me to be in the beginning in somebody else's truck, knowing the truck that I wanted to get, knowing that I'm on my journey, and this journey, sometimes you got to walk by yourself.
Mm-hmm.
It gets lonely, it gets depressing, but I never wanted to put that energy on my camera. It's been days I started recording, and my energy was off, and I stopped recording because I never wanted to bring that negative energy to my camera.
Right.
And so most days I'm happy and I'm upbeat.
Yeah.
And I get to see so many. When I was doing flatbed, I saw so many cool new things, and I'm like, look at this big machine I'm about to put on my truck. So that was just exciting, man. It's like a kid in a candy store when you see all these pieces of equipment that you're gonna strap down to your truck, and it's just exciting to me. I love it.
So what are you hauling? What are you hauling now?
I'm driving for right now. I want to get back in the flatbed, but I need to follow the money right now. Right now, over with Landstar, there's, from what I'm seeing, is more money in driving. If somebody can plug me into the right people with flatbed that's paying more, then
flatbedders out there, you got a hard-working driver out here. Which I mean, come on, we know it's a commodity. To find somebody that's responsible.
But it's kind of seasonal too with flatbed. You'll have
that's true. Yeah.
A good season mostly during late spring, summer, early fall, and then when the winter rolls around, people are doing less outside work, and a lot of that lumber or whatever we're hauling starts to decrease in orders.
Oh, right. We had the YouTubers are called Married to the Road.
Yeah.
And they haul, they call them specialized equipment, but it's like military stuff.
Yeah.
They go to bases. They do that would be nuts, right? To have these armed guards. Like there was a story of a dude sitting in the back with a gun, and because what you're carrying, it's like, what am I carrying? Would you sign yourself up for something like that?
I would. I'm retired military.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
So again, that is how many truckers do you know that are retired military?
I want to think it's a few of them out here.
Right?
Yeah,
so many.
Yeah.
Well, first off, thank you for your service.
Oh, it's an honor. 21 years, man.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't look it, but 21 years.
Yeah,
I joined at 17, so I was like,
look good. You do.
I made a bad decision. Again, I didn't know what I was doing. I'm like, just make a decision, and I just stayed. Yeah.
Why? And I asked this to Matt, who is here. Why do you think ex-military make good truck drivers?
We're self-disciplined. If we can stay in the military for 20 plus years, we can drive a truck and get it there on time. And a lot of times, the equipment that we move were trucks. I drove 5-ton dump trucks. I drove
in the military.
Like all kind of equipment, whether I was licensed for it or not. They was like, "Hey, go get in that truck." And most of the military trucks don't have keys, for people that don't know. You just go in there and start flipping switches and the truck turns on. They keep like a chain over the steering wheel so you can't turn it. And as long as you...
Like the club.
Yeah, it's basically like the club. So as long as you unlock the steering wheel and you got motion of the steering wheel, you can flip some switches and just crank up equipment. And so that's what I used to do, just go crank up people's equipment and just drive it around. I was in the engineering unit, so we had tons of heavy equipment.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, we're here with... oh my gosh, with Zeke. My bad. With Zeke.
Zeke Dog.
My bad. Zeke Dog Trucking.
Yeah.
And we're having a blast. It's Matt's 2024. Zeke. Now I lost my train of thought, man. What else do you have to say about trucking as a whole? Like what advice would you give to somebody that's just starting out?
Oh yeah,
because
I got some good advice.
I learned the hard way in everything. I have to learn the hard way. So
the best advice I can give truckers new is find a place to park early. That was the hardest part about trucking is once you get started that morning, like mentally, I'm thinking, where am I gonna park this truck tonight?
That's the first thing you're thinking.
Yeah.
What I mean, how long have you looked for a space?
Over an hour sometimes, and sometimes it's
Are you
just
just
not
like
there.
this is good?
You know,
Yeah.
I've parked places I should not have parked, like not like bad places,
Right.
but I've blocked people in, and I'm like, you know,
Knock,
wake
just
me up
knock.
in the morning, you know, because man, I'm out of time, and you know, when
Right.
you run out of time, that's it. And some places, when you're traveling, you're trying to get closer to that delivery location,
Right.
so that you can get up and go ahead and get it delivered, but there are a limited amount of truck parking space. The further you get on the northeastern corridor,
Okay.
the less parking you get. And if you're not parked sometime by 4 p.m., you may not find a park.
That's such a crazy problem. I'm sure
Yeah.
they didn't tell you about that in CDL class.
No, they didn't. They didn't. But yeah, parking is like one of the biggest things. Nationwide, I think it's a problem.
Right.
Yeah, so if we could fix that and get more states to say, hey, we're going to fund an additional 50 parks at every truck stop or rest area, I mean, 50 parks would be beneficial.
Oh yeah.
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 So-
Just start loading them up on the freeway.
Yeah, that's like the number one thing. I think the number two thing would be the rates right now, man. The rates got to go back up. You got a lot of people taking freight at $1 anything a mile, and that's crazy.
What? How can they survive on rates that low?
You can't. You're paying them to drive their freight if you're running for $1 anything.
It's like the industry is undercutting itself.
Yeah. So, I mean, unfortunately, they may need to go out of business so they can stop taking that cheap freight and let the real truckers out here.
Right. Get out the way.
Yeah, move on out the
Yeah.
way for us, man. So, yeah, those are like two of the biggest issues, man.
Well, we make a product, OTR Diagnostic, that is for owner-operators. And it's a diagnostic tool that you plug into your truck, gives you live data. You can force a regen. You can, do dealer-level commands that you once can do. And obviously, you hear my voice. I've been talking all weekend, everybody.
Yeah.
But the plan is, for our stuff, is that when you're caught out, like, say you get a fault code.
Okay. That happens.
Right. And you have your delivery. I don't think I can make it. And you have your delivery. How do you, like, what's the first thing you do with your fault code? Like, are you Googling it, Like,
I'm not going to call myself an outlaw trucker,
Right.
but if I get a code or a flat or something that is not going to stop me from getting that delivery there,
Right.
the delivery is going to get there.
Right.
I'm going to move the truck. We'll fix the truck afterwards, but I need to get that load off of me first.
Yeah.
But yeah, having any kind of tool, basically if you can make owner-operators like their own dealers to where they can diagnose themselves.
Exactly.
That will be pretty helpful.
Yeah, and that's what our tool does. It's there to help you diagnose your truck. Gives you like that extra hand, and sometimes gives you actual a fix. For the fault code. But if you could, give information to a dealer before you get there, that may help save you money, save you time, which is all important. And I'm dying up here.
Hey, I told you we should have had tequila shots.
Yeah, right. Hey, Jonathan, you want to come up here too, bud? We're gonna bring Jonathan up here too, just to help
Jonathan?
out.
All right,
Jonathan,
man.
grab that mic, bud.
Testing 1 2. Hello.
Testing 1 2. So Zeke, this is Jonathan. Jonathan, Zeke.
I think we made a.
Yeah.
I think I introduced you guys. Is what
Oh my gosh, you guys did. Yeah.
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
I saw this guy over here laughing up a storm, and I was just like, he'd be a great guy to have on our show. So I approached him and I said, hey, you do YouTube?
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
So I noticed, Zeke, that you and Lone Star.
Yeah.
Ranger.
Lone Star Texas Ranger.
Yeah. I was missing the Texas. Yeah. Lone Star Texas Ranger. You guys seem like good friends.
Yeah.
Was that the first time you guys met? Was on the I saw like a YouTube short.
Yeah, we met back. Let's see. Was I with Landstar then? I think I was.
Might have been. It was early on.
You know what? I can't remember, but I remember where we met. We met in Texas, and I was running a load somewhere, and he was doing the same thing. And I was asking, I'm like, what road are you on? He was like, I'm on this interstate. I'm like, I'm on that interstate too. Oh, so we picked a spot to pull over at and actually meet in person. Nice. But we had been talking on the phone and texting each other a lot. I think a lot of truckers, they got like their group of people that they talk to all the time.
Right.
And once you call, then somebody else will call and they merge them in. And all of a sudden you got 6 people that's driving a truck on the phone just randomly talking about all kind of crap. Yeah.
Right.
So, yeah.
That's awesome. I mean, funny that you say that because it's like we were talking to a couple. I think it was what was their name? Married to the Road.
Yeah.
And Joey Trucking is like, and you asked a question about like CB radio. Like all truckers back in the day used to talk about CB radios. Now it's shifted over to phones.
Yeah.
And just group texting, grouping. Group chats and stuff. So it's like it's interesting. Were you ever around during the CB era or?
Nah,
you came after,
I got like a year and a half in. So
yeah,
I still got a CB in my truck, but
Do you ever use it?
Yeah, I use it. Yeah, people don't
still chat on it.
Nah, they don't.
Nah.
I'm like, hey driver, your tire's going flat, and they're still going down the road. I'm like, you don't have a CB. So,
no, that's not good.
Yeah, so now I'm blowing my horn at him, and then he's like flipping me off, and I'm like, all righty then, So,
good luck.
Your tire is on fire. You need to pull over. Screw you.
Yeah.
Oh, no. That's horrible. That's horrible.
Well, we got about 4 minutes left.
Okay.
You know what? We got to talk about the boots.
Oh yeah,
Right.
dude.
Yeah.
My gosh.
You got to get your boot
different.
game.
You had brown ones on, didn't you?
No, I had tennis shoes on yesterday.
No, but who had brown? I swear you had brown boots on.
Nah,
today.
these are the only ones I brought with me.
I mean,
Yeah.
those look great.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Tell us about these boots.
I mean, these are just, to me, I think these are just my regular boots, but it's like a lot of exotic boots that I like with like different skin, snake skin. I mean,
What's the craziest, most exotic animal flesh that you made a boot out of?
You know what? I can't even answer that question. It's like I don't know all like the skins, like all of them, but I just see them and I'm like, I like that one, but I have no clue which skin it is.
Yeah.
But it's a dude out in El Paso that he'll send you like a molding for your foot, and he'll custom mold a boot for you off your mold. He only needs one foot because they kind of match.
Okay.
But,
Really?
I'm afraid to ask how much is a boot.
You can get some
One?
really
Like,
good.
let's say any Joe Schmo like me, like I want to go get a custom made boot for my foot, which is a size 13 and very wide. How much does that cost?
Around 600. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I mean, you get what you pay for, right?
Huh?
Yeah.
You get what you pay for.
Exactly.
You know, you can, if as a YouTuber, your image can kind of be wrote off on taxes.
Right?
I'm sure you can be like, yo, I'll
absolutely.
shout you out, you shout me out type of thing. Like,
Yeah.
you took me for free. Hey, how you doing?
Yeah.
Well, Zeke, I want to thank you so much, man, for coming on our show, being a part of this experience. I'm sorry that.
Thank you for having me, man.
Oh, man. Sorry that my voice is trashed, but it's a good sign, right?
Yeah. Well, hey, if you all haven't subscribed, man,
Yes.
go to my channel, Zeke Dog Trucking at YouTube, man. I got an Instagram, Zeke Dog Trucking, and those are like
merch.
Yeah, it's some merch on YouTube, man. When you click on my videos or click on my channel, you'll see the link for you to go get some merch. Get you a Zeke Dog shirt, a cup, a hat, whatever you want.
Nice.
What's the best way to support you?
Oh, hey, the best way to support me is by subscribing and watching my videos.
Right on.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
What's the thing in all YouTubers? Like, comment, share, and subscribe?
Yeah, like, comment, share, and subscribe. All that.
I love it. I love it. It's awesome.
All right, everybody. Thank you so much. Zeke, thank you so much, man. We'll talk to you soon.
Hey guys, we're here live at Matt's 2024, and we're at booth OTR Performance here, and today's guest is Chris from DPF Alternatives. So, welcome, Chris.
Thank you for having us. It's nice to meet you, Jason. Nice
Awesome.
to be here.
Awesome. Well, kind of wanted to ask you, who's DPF Alternatives?
DPF Alternatives is a company that focuses specifically on diesel aftertreatment systems and the recovery efforts of those components. Our goal is to bring them to OE specifications and return them to OE specifications, typically at a fraction of the price of what the operator or the company owner would have to spend for a new system.
Cool, that's awesome. Yeah. We're gonna get super technical because I'm a technical guy, so hopefully you're ready for that. Why invest in DPF cleaning?
Well, first of all, you can't neglect it. I mean, the systems are designed to monitor the back pressure and soot loads, and they're designed to actually shut down if you neglect them. So it's not like tires or windshield wipers or auto glass. It's something that you really have to attend to. Now, by attending to it in a timely manner, you're maintaining the fuel efficiency, the power, and the duty cycle of the vehicle. And by doing that, you can actually plan your downtime. And planning your downtime can save you thousands.
Definitely, awesome. And so, when you guys sell a product, and you guys have a cleaning service, and so if a truck needs to have their DPF cleaned, why choose DPF Alternatives?
Well, our sole goal is to go beyond cleaning. Most of what we've experienced in the cleaning industry revolves around being able to get that filter back into service, but not necessarily back into a full duty cycle of service.
Okay.
Our whole goal is to recover it to its OE specifications at a fraction of the price of brand new. That's one of the alternatives in the name. The other alternative is making sure that they're not breaking the law. So it's an alternative to deleting and breaking the law. So coming to us, our goal is always to give customers different price points because different customers have different budgets, different levels of cleaning based on the customer's intended use of the vehicle or piece of equipment, and ultimately savings at all those 4 steps.
Okay, awesome. And you talked about something that I have some thoughts on, but you mentioned something about deleting your truck. And so, as a company that offers DPF cleaning services, and for a lot of the industry, there's a lot of talk about, why, I have a 2020, Kenworth or Peterbilt truck with a PACCAR MX, and I just want to delete my truck and get rid of this system.
Sure.
And so, what are your thoughts about that?
Well, we've always obviously discouraged it, and we try to do that in a way that's not insulting to the customer, because we really don't want to see them do something that's not in their best interest. And of course, we definitely don't want them to do something that is going to cause them unnecessary problems, fines, and breaking the law. In most states, it hasn't been heavily regulated until recently, and we do see that there's more enforcement. And beyond the enforcement, though, what we're seeing is that the dealerships and the mechanic shops, the diesel shops, the mobile fleet services, they're not willing to touch the vehicles anymore if there's been delete work done. And then, of course, with trade-ins, you might be able to sell to a private owner, but you're not going to be able to trade them in anymore.
Yeah, unfortunately, the industry, I think this is where the lack of knowledge is coming from, a lot of people turn to deleting a truck instead of necessarily keeping the system maintained, the after-treatment system maintained. And I think the biggest misconception is that if you delete your truck's going to be fine. And we had an influencer here, Trucking and Fixing with Ryan, who I kind of asked the same question here, because he's the technician. He has a repair shop, kind of a DPF cleaning part of his business, and I asked him the same question. I said, hey, there's a lot of talk about deletes and different things like that when, if you're dealing with after-treatment issues, like you're just going to delete your truck. And I asked him the question, and he said there's a lot of upstream issues, and they cause downstream problems, but you're not just fixing the downstream problem. You got to fix your engine, or you got to fix a coolant leak or an EGR cooler. And do you guys pay attention to the DPFs if you guys are cleaning them to see if it's a downstream or upstream issue?
So being a viewer of your segments, I actually did listen to Ryan, and Ryan's answer was perfect. Great influencer, Great answer. He's absolutely right. And yes, you cannot ignore everything that he mentioned. When you're dealing with after-treatment systems today, the problems that it's causing goes, if it's left unaddressed, affects the entire system. So blown head gaskets, blown turbos, those are real common side effects of an unmaintained system. And then as he started to get into, and as you alluded to, there's computer programming issues that arise if it's not done correctly. Most people don't do it correctly, and I'm not encouraging them to do it correctly, even to do it correctly. They need to stay clear of that, especially given the heightened sense of attention that it's drawing.
Definitely. And guys, we're here at MATS 2024. We're live here with Chris from DPF Alternatives, and just kind of want to highlight that we have some industry knowledge going on right here. We're talking about DPF systems, after treatments, and this is just an exciting time. So I'm just happy to have you here right now, and I have some more questions for you. Are you ready?
We're all ready. Yeah, this
awesome.
is great.
So we're talking about DPFs. Obviously, you guys are in the after treatment world. I had a pro talk yesterday that talked about the future of trucking and where things are headed. Right? Where is it? Where do you see it headed?
Well, I'm going to base some of my answer on the relationships we have with our manufacturers and the decisions that they're making, and most of them are increasing capacity for these components in the United States, meaning that they anticipate continued growth of not only the vehicles or the pieces of equipment, but definitely more of the compliance and the environmental aspects increasing. So tighter regulations and more widespread policing of those regulations.
Yeah, I agree with you. And one thing I was just going to ask is how familiar are you with the new CARB mandate that's dealing with California CARB emissions? Are you familiar with the regulation in California?
We do business in California, and California is a unique state. I don't know specifically which one you're referring to right now, but we do our very best to maintain CARB compliance and also adhere to the restrictions that California places upon our locations that are right there. Unlike any other locations in the country, we do have to treat things differently in California.
Yeah, I think in California, I think what I'm talking about is the CARB truck check, where you actually have to check your truck. I think starting this year, where you have to, California's CARB compliance is actually forcing you to check your truck on the emission side to make sure that it's working at optimal levels. And you have to either do a diagnostic check, or they're planning to do something with technology where it's remotely accessible to CARB. So I'm just curious to see if you had any insight on that.
No, we've had some rumblings of that because it's coming through our customer base.
Okay.
And of course, they were already unhappy with the fact that they're dealing with emission systems, and then to have it taken to that level, that was what was bothering them. What also bothers our customers is the fact that California is usually the origin of many of these regulations, and so they give you a crystal ball as to what's coming to other states that are also somewhat CARB compliant.
Okay, and we have a customer over here of OTR Diagnostics, and I'm going to put him on the spotlight because he actually, off stage, he asked me a question, and I said, hey, we have a guest here who can do a better job than Jason Chice, the CEO and the founder of OTR Performance. So what's your question again?
On the OTR app where it's got the sub level, I'm wanting to know what is the range for, that I need to come in to see you for your DPF cleaning.
Well, I don't know specifically on that app what the number is. Do you?
Yeah, it's 39%. So he's 39% soot. And what type of truck do you drive? Volvo with a D13 engine? Okay. What year? 22.
Okay. And so 39% is your number. Now, do you want to talk about why it's important that you... Okay. So as that soot load starts to accumulate, you're restricting the flow through your after-treatment system. You're making it much harder for you to exhaust the combusted fumes, which is placing unnecessary load on your turbo and unnecessary load on your head gasket and head gasket pressure. And so it's also reducing your fuel economy, and you should start to feel it in the pocketbook with your at the pump, and in your pedal,
Yeah.
your foot pedal. You should start to feel that it's getting a little bit more less responsive. Okay? And so what we like to see people do is understand that this system is intended to be maintained. The misnomer in the industry is that I will wait until it breaks and then I'm going to fix it. Then the customer complains about the cost, because the cost of replacement is significantly greater than the cost of maintenance. The other issue is, and this comes back to kind of full circle with your comment about education.
Definitely.
A number of the people in the industries, and I'm not pointing out, I'm not trying to identify anybody in particular because it's very widespread, but even the people that are selling these components at the dealership level, they're really more programmed to just trade parts out, which is certainly effective. I get where they're coming from.
Yep.
If they put a brand new part in, it eliminates any type of diagnostic discrepancies.
Right.
However, if you're the one paying for that, you're going to want to see some type of process in place that helped you realize for certain that that was your only option or your only alternative. And so that's what we try to do, is we try to help educate the customer as to what's causing it, what are the precursors of premature emissions failures, so they understand what they can control and what they can't control, and then give them options as to what they can do to maintain it. Do you want a quick fix, because those are available, and those are widely available? Do you want something that is going to give you maybe a medium fix, or do you want it to be as good as brand new? And there are ways to make it as good as brand new for less than top dollar pricing. So.
And you're driving a 2022 Volvo D13, is that correct? And he has OTR Diagnostics app, and I'm just going to ask you kind of your thoughts on this, because how many miles do you have on your truck? 200,000 miles over here, guys. And
what does the manufacturer recommend for maintenance on that vehicle? So the first thing that we'll ask somebody is, what's the manufacturer recommending? Most likely, it's probably somewhere around 250,000. So you're kind of entering that window. The other thing we'll ask them is, what's the application? You may have the exact same vehicle that's under load running, coast to coast, back and forth, and then you have that same exact vehicle in the mountains running short loads, long idle times, and stop and go traffic. It is not going to be an apples to apples comparison as to who gets what type of life out of those DPFs.
Definitely. And I was just going to ask you, if let's say he's almost in the range where he needs to get his DPF looked at, just cleaned. Let's say he wants to be preventative about it. He wants to take it to you as a DPF Alternative Service Center. And let's just say he does the service. What's like the cost of doing this type of DPF cleaning service?
So it depends on the service level that you select. And as I said earlier, one size doesn't fit all.
Yep.
What we like to do is get an understanding of what you're trying to do with it. I have more than one vehicle in my home. I have one that I take very good care of, and one that I'm just going to pay the bare minimum and gimp along. And the same thing applies to truck owners and fleet owners and owner-operators. You may know that you're going to trade that in next year, so you're not going to want to put a lot of money into it. Or you may think to yourself, you know what, I want this to be the last truck that I buy.
Yep.
So we're going to figure that out. And then we're going to try to select something that's going to fit your budget and your goals. And at DPF Alternatives, we have something that is very quick and easy, same day service, and then our longer duration services are next day. So if we get something by 3 o'clock today, you'll typically get it back the next morning. And that's usually our flagship services, like our Stage 3 aqueous flush or our Stage 4 aqueous flush and ultrasonic combination. Those are intended specifically to return your filter back to OE flow spec. Meaning if you went to the store today and you bought a brand new OE filter, that is our goal. And if we can't accomplish that goal, our customers don't pay.
Okay, cool.
So.
Awesome. And do you have any more questions? Awesome. Well, yeah, no, thank you for that. That was really good questions. I see over there at the DPF Alternatives booth, I saw a Pittsburgh Catalyst. I think it's
Pittsburgh Power. Yep.
There we go. So can we talk about that? Because I heard someone, actually it was someone at my Pro Talk yesterday asked me the same question with the Catalyst and what my thoughts are on that. But I just want to ask you, what you guys have it there, so let's talk about it.
No, absolutely. So as I mentioned earlier, our goal is to really work with the vehicle owner and figure out what's going to work best for them. Our ultimate goal is to help them run cleaner longer. We understand that it'd be great if you came back every 6 months, but that's not necessary. What we try to do, excuse me, is we try to help them understand the functions of the DPF, the DOC, and the SCR, and max mileage helps us not only explain it, but helps us give them longer cleaning intervals. And so max mileage is a fuel-borne catalyst. It's sold by Pittsburgh Power, and what we do with it, we use it to help our customers turn that turn the soot into ash more towards the combustion end. And most of our customers are surprised to learn that soot combusts to ash at 1,112 degrees Fahrenheit. If you're operating below that, you've got a high soot content.
Yep.
This catalyst, it's a fuel-borne catalyst, helps ensure that in that combustion chamber, the fuel is combusting at as close to or greater than 1,112 degrees. The benefit to that is, as it enters the exhaust system, it's already more ash than soot. And obviously, soot consumes quite a bit more volume than ash, and so you get premature clogging. We also use the Pittsburgh Power Max Mileage product to support our lifetime warranty.
Okay.
If a customer
Awesome.
comes to us and has a full ultrasonic restoration of the diesel emission system, including a clean out of the DOC and the SCR, they can purchase Max Mileage directly from our locations, utilize it at least 80% of the time. It's impossible to use it 100%, but utilize it at least 80% of the time. They will never have to pay for another DPF cleaning again.
Wow.
They can bring it to any of our locations. We'll clean it, re-clean it absolutely free of charge.
That's all. I did not know that. So thank you for sharing. That was awesome.
Thank you.
So DPF Alternatives, where are you guys? So let's say I have, well, let's just talk. I'm an owner operator. I have one truck. Let's say I'm in the range of 500, 600,000 miles. I've never cleaned my DPF filter. And let's say I just want to do it as a preventative maintenance. I have some downtime right now. I want to clean my DPF. Where can they find you?
Well, our website is the best, www.dpfalternatives.com.
Okay.
They can also just search DPF cleaning near me. And if there's any type of a location, right now we have about 100 locations. We're in most states. We do add 2 to 3 new locations every month.
Awesome.
A number of the people that you've seen at our booth are all owners. They have their own locations, and they're here to represent the brand and their state. So that's the best way to find us. And going back to your example, if they just want to come in and get some maintenance, we recommend that they call the shop, explain exactly what they're trying to get done, begin working with us before they get there. Some of our shops do all the removal and installation diagnostics work. Some are just cleaning facilities. Anytime we have just a cleaning facility, we have very trusted, well-known shops that we work directly with that make sure that everything goes well and we're able to get those parts in and out as quickly as possible.
Okay, so we have DPF Alternatives here, guys, for you. And, you know, my Pro Talk yesterday was talking about the dealerships and talking about trust in the repair shops. And like you guys know, there's not much trust going around in the diesel world, especially when it comes to after-treatment systems. It's so easy to take advantage of people. And personally, I'm sick of it. That's why I created this tool, OTR Diagnostics, to give you the capability to really take matters in your own hands, read fault codes, view live data, and then perform functions that were once reserved for dealers. And so that's why I love the fact that you guys work with, not just necessarily cleaning, but you guys also have the repair side. So how do you vet, let's say someone wants to be a vendor and say, hey, I want to do DPF cleaning in my repair shop. How do you vet them to make sure that they're actually honest to their customers? Because I really want to find that out.
Well, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to agree with you on the fact that there is a trust issue, but I think there's also a couple other contributing factors to the angst that we feel as customers. One is also a lack of knowledge. Across the board, it seems as though there's a lack of knowledge within our industry, and I know that there is specifically to after treatments, but I think we're dealing with professionals that are either one, they're not as trained as well as they used to be, or technology is moving so fast that it's hard for them to keep up even with their best efforts. So there's that aspect. And then there's also the economics of this. Typically, if you're a shop owner and you make a mistake, you're going to have to eat it. And when margins are already tight, when inflation's already cutting into them on the part side, they have a hard time finding labor. I think what we have here is a perfect storm, and that perfect storm requires us to vet Companies like DPF Alternatives, we need to be vetted, and we're open to the challenge. But we also need to vet our relationships, what we call our strategic partners.
Definitely.
And so what we look for is, number one, we look for a shop that has the presentation necessary to make a customer feel comfortable. We're a very visual society. When we walk into a place, we're pre-programmed to assess danger. We're pre-programmed to assess the accommodations. So we're looking for professionalism. We know that when a shop starts to decline, the very first thing you lose is that the aesthetics. It starts to become dirty, becomes unorganized. We're looking for a shop that's well maintained. Two, we look for presence. We look for whether or not that shop is in a position to conveniently help our customers. We want our customers to have a seamless experience. We look for Google reviews.
I was going to ask that.
Absolutely.
I was going to say, we have more than 500 Google reviews. Does any of your shops have more than that?
I know we have a lot, and we encourage reviews. We incentivize reviews. Anybody have more than 500? There's a whole bunch of them back there. Anybody? No?
All right.
Okay.
You guys have a challenge here.
Yeah.
Next year, 500 reviews, or you guys are not going to come up here.
Yep. And we want each individual location reviewed because that's who they're dealing with.
Definitely.
So
yeah.
And so we look for those aspects. We also want to meet them. We go into the shops. We talk to them. We look to see what the customer experience is. Are they standoffish? Are they upfront? Do they have any type of warranty that they lead with because they want to make the customers feel comfortable?
Definitely.
And then the next is inspecting what you expect. Okay. So as we develop the relationships with them, we're continuously looking at their work, continuously looking at the way that the customers feel that they were treated, and we're working together because it is a collaborative effort to not only for that shop to help us, but we hope to help that shop too. We look for shops that, if we're placing our brand within it, we look for shops that can handle a high volume of work. We're sending high volumes of work.
Okay.
And we're looking for shops that can openly communicate, not only with the customer, but with us. You know, hey, we're running late. Hey, we're backed up. Hey, we have base space. You know, let's connect ourselves with communication that allows the customers to have a seamless experience.
Okay. And so I see that you guys have a lot of shop owners back there, and I'm just curious, there's in this industry, knowledge is power. And do your shop owners collaborate with one another, and do they help each other out? Because at the end of the day, we have to be together in this industry to make it work.
Absolutely. So we have several structured vehicles in place that allow us to connect.
Okay.
We have a private forum that we work off of, and it's up. You'll see activity every hour. They're continuously talking about, hey, do you have this part? Because sometimes it's easier for us to move parts from one location to the next. Have you seen one of these? They're brand new. What's the protocol on this? Also, once a month, nationwide, we have a nationwide Zoom call that comes across once a month. We're all connected. We introduce all of our new products, our services. We bring our vendors on to those calls once a month. It's usually the third Friday of every month at noon Central Time.
Okay.
So, yeah, we have to stay connected. As a matter of fact, it's imperative that we share information, especially with the knowledge base of our franchisees. Many of them have been doing this for years. Some of them are coming on for the very first time. We want to make sure that we're all above that standard level of accepted knowledge.
Awesome, guys. So there you have it, DPF Alternatives. We have Chris here kind of giving us the full rundown of it, and just so happy to have you on the show, and thank you for joining us.
Absolutely,
This
Jason.
has been
Thank
great.
you. It's been a pleasure.
Awesome.
All right.
always call them Lone Star.
Yeah.
So, you know, I don't be remembering people's government names. People may be looking for them.
That's true.
Yeah.
All right, everybody. Matt's 2024 day trace, day 3, and we're here with Zeke Dog Trucking. How's it going? Wait, well, actually, you should do your intro. I'll let you do it, buddy. Go ahead.
Hey, what's up, what's up, what's up? This your boy Zeke Dog, and I'm back with another video.
Right on, man, right on.
Yeah.
So we met. Zeke Dog came up to us. Oh, wait, is it Zeke Dog? Wait, what is it?
Zeke Dog.
Yeah, Zeke Dog, right on.
Yeah.
So Zeke Dog came up to
you
us.
got the dog in it. Zeke
Zeke
Dog.
Dog.
Yeah.
Zeke Dog. Well, I am from the D. I'm from Detroit. So actually, no, I'm from a city north of Detroit. But
Yeah.
whenever I go out to places, I always give myself like street cred. You know, so I'm always like, hey, I'm from the D. You know.
Yeah.
This one guy called me out though. I was in an Uber and I was riding in, and he's like, "Where are you from?" I'm like, "Oh, I'm from Detroit." You know, he's like, "Yeah, we're about." And I was like, 8 Mile. He's like, "Yeah, we're at an 8 Mile." He's like, "I grew up in 8 Mile." I'm like, "I'm not from Detroit. I'm not. I'm from a city called Howell, and there's farm crossing signs. All right? Is that what you wanted to hear? No." But man, I'm so happy that you joined us.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Is this your first time here at Matt's?
No, it's not my first time here.
Okay.
Last year was like a trial basis.
All right.
We got in about 3:30 on Saturday.
Oh wow.
And I'm like, hey, this place is big.
Right?
So we came in, we looked around, and I was like, babe, we coming back next year early so we can see everything. So this is my first full experience of Matt's.
Okay, so what do you think, man? What's been your favorite part so far?
Just all the trucks, man.
Right?
Like, it's some crazy styles and designs, and I'm like, I want that one.
I was
want
gonna
that
say,
one.
yeah. If you could pick, which one is your favorite truck? Which one is, do you see Zeke Dog driving?
It's like, my truck hasn't been invented yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, this is interesting.
Yeah.
And
so
what,
it's like, I love
explain.
the 900Ls.
Okay.
But I love the interior of the new Peterbilt's 589s. So it's like, if they can go ahead and do that upgrade on the KWs and give me that 900, then with all the bells and whistles, digital dash, that's what I want. But if I can leave here with a truck today, it'll be the 2024 Peterbilt 589.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, Peterbilt, if you're listening.
Hey, if you're listening, I'm good for the first payment.
Yeah, right, yeah.
After that, you may gotta come find me.
So, how long have you been driving rig? And you're an owner-operator. You own your own truck.
I own my own truck.
Right on. And so, how long have you been doing that?
I got my CDL June of 2022.
Right, man. So, a rookie, right? You're a rookie
driver, just over a year and a half experience.
And what I think is so apparent with you, and I mean, if you guys have checked out his channel, I mean, if you're in a bad mood, just turn him on. My gosh, I can't help smiling. I'm like, you could like run this guy over with your truck and he'd probably apologize, right? You're just like, hey, and that's just from the video. I mean, you just look like such a nice guy. You come off so genuine, man, and the smile, I can't help but smile when I'm watching your videos,
YouTube
dude.
Version of me.
What's that?
That's just the YouTube version.
Right. Well, you do a great job. Behind the scenes, he's probably, like a clown. He's sad, behind the, you have the
No, I always love smiling, man. I was told years ago when I was like 10 years old, it's less muscles in your face to smile. So maybe I'm just lazy and I smile a lot. They say it take more muscles to frown. So I'm like, I ain't trying to work that hard. So I'm just gonna smile.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So when did you decide to just start recording your journey on YouTube? When you like to share it with the world, because it's not an easy thing to do right.
No,
everybody's like, oh, I'll just become a YouTuber. I got a phone. I'll just film myself, and the magic is done. But what made you decide to do that?
My whole journey into trucking made me want to do YouTube. I had a sweet federal job. I don't know if y'all know about the GS pay scale, but I had a nice, good GS job working from home.
Wow.
Took all the vacations I wanted to take.
Okay.
And I wasn't happy. So I said, what else could I do to make me happy? I want to own my own business. And I looked at the people that surrounded me, and everybody was truck drivers.
Mm-hmm.
And I talked to one of my buddies. I was like, hey, man, is there money in trucking?
Right, yeah.
I was naive to the trucking market. I didn't know much about trucking. And after getting schooled by him a little bit, and I'm like, man, I think I can do this. I can be a truck driver. And it was like, Zeke, man, you got a gravy government job. You're not about to leave that to come do real work. And so I started planning then to go get my CDL, what I wanted my trucking company name to be, and how can I share that journey with somebody else that was stuck in a job that paid good and decent, but you're not happy.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that's a ton of courage, right? Because you have a family, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So, breadwinner, like, hey, everybody, let's just start breaking out the ramen noodles. And, you know what I mean? Like, daddy's getting a new career, and but that, it takes a lot of courage to do that. Why not go for a company gig? Why, that would have been easy, right?
It would have been too easy.
Okay, maybe that's it. Yeah. Maybe that's it. Was it the owning your own business part? Was it the freedom to do what you want? Like, why?
Both. When I got a master's in business administration.
Okay.
So when I was studying for that degree,
not just a hat rack.
Not
folks.
just a hat rack. Yeah, I'm kind of smart. But when I was studying for that degree, I noticed that a lot of successful people own their own business.
Mm-hmm.
I just never knew what business I wanted to own.
Right on. Okay.
And I saw trucking as a business that I would enjoy doing. And so that's how the journey got started. I planned the name of my company out to me, Zeke Dog Trucking.
Yeah.
And I said, let me document this journey. And I sat in my truck and just started talking and saying, hey, I'm starting this YouTube channel right now, and I'm going to show you all, this is how you go get your permit. This is where I'm going to get my CDL. This is my first trucking company, and the journey just started from there.
Ah, that's amazing, man.
Yeah.
So it's Matt's 2024, day 3, folks. We are here in the OTR Performance booth talking to Zeke Dog Trucking. You just got to smile when you see this guy. Zeke, for anybody trying to start their own business as an owner-operator, how did you go about finding your first truck? Like, was it what was your decision process? What were you looking for that? Because it's not just an A to B vehicle, a commuter. Like, this is a new job that you're doing,
right?
And now you got to pick the truck that's got to be reliable. Because, man, you start off out of the gate with a horrible reputation of you not being able to make it because your truck's a lump of crap.
Yeah.
Like that's not a good way to start. So what went in that decision process?
Well, I drove for 2 companies first. I went to TMC.
Okay.
Got my CDL with them, drove their company truck for 6 months. I went to Prime Inc. for about 8-9 months, drove their lease truck. And I saved up my money over there.
Lease truck?
Yeah, it was just a regular lease, not to own or anything. And so step 1 is save up some money. You cannot get in the truck and broke. I promise you that. At the minimum, I would just save up about 10 grand.
Okay.
And there are options with different companies. I have a truck that I purchased from Lone Mountain Truck Leasing.
Okay.
And I saved up my money. I went to them, and my options were, who the heck can give me a truck the first? If you can give me a truck today, I'm getting it from you. At that point, I'm thinking,
whatever,
man, I don't care if my interest rate is 50%. Just give me a truck. I want to drive for myself. Start making good, bad decisions in the beginning, and just kind of go from there, man. Right. I make better decisions later, but my decision making was, I want a truck today. Who can give me a truck? And that's how I ended up with my truck. I got it with decent miles on it.
Yeah.
Like 380,000 miles roughly.
I always think that's crazy. I drive a Chevy Cruze, and I don't think I could relate the 300,000 miles on the Chevy Cruze. I don't think they're built like that.
Is that the one that's like the competitor to the Jeep?
No, this is
No,
just
that's
like,
the YJ.
yeah, no, this is just it's
No,
basically
no,
like a grandma
the
was driving the
Cruise,
car.
yeah, that's
just a
like
little four-door
the
sedan.
baby of the Malibu.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, I got you.
But you ride a bike, don't you?
Yeah, I ride Harleys.
Yeah, right on.
Yeah.
That's awesome. That's a whole there. Oh,
Harleys. Oh, okay. We got some riders out here, man. Yeah, I got a 2018 Road Glide Special, all black, customized, head to toe, 21 on the front.
What?
Yeah, it's slick. And the name of my bike, I don't know if I can say it on the air, but it's Black Panties is the bike name. Yeah, it's because I wanted to name her something sexy.
Oh, yeah.
I think machines are sexy.
Agreed, man.
And,
Look
yeah.
at these beautiful pieces
Man, these
of
trucks
art,
are
right?
just like eye candy.
Yes,
like, yeah.
absolutely. Yeah, I mean, the paint job and the paint schemes on these things, man.
You can go a million different ways with the themes on the truck.
Okay, your perfect paint scheme. I know, I see your brand colors, but would you go full purple on it, or would the purple be an accent? Like what is it?
I saw a truck over here with like a plum purple in it, with the I want to say like an orange frame.
Ooh.
I would use that plum purple in my color of the truck.
Yeah.
Frame, I got whatever option I want to think of. Maybe a gunmetal gray or something.
Okay. Oh,
But,
yeah. What about the interior? What's that going to look like?
Oh, it's gonna be purple.
Purple shag? You can do some shag cut? No, just kidding.
Hey, if I find the right person to put it in,
right?
shag is good, man.
Right.
It never went out of style.
No.
You
That's
just got to be
classic.
player with it. You
Right.
can't just put shag down and be like, oh, yeah, this is my old shag. You got to be like, hey, don't touch my shag.
Yeah, get your feet off my shag.
Yeah, take your shoes off.
Take your shoes
Yeah.
off.
Before you hit my shag.
Now, Zeke, I was watching some of your videos, and I think it's really cool how you edit them and like the time lapse part of it.
Yeah.
Is that something that you do a lot with most of your videos? Is that kind of like your shtick? Because I think it's cool. I liked it because I found myself just watching. You're like, here we go, and then you play some music, and I was just like, this is cool.
Time lapse has always been cool.
Right.
I used to sit and watch people build houses off of time lapse, and I'm like, I can do that. All you do is just sit the camera down, and it's like it works by itself.
Yeah.
So sometimes I have to actually do some editing to make it do a time lapse, but it just depends. I normally record with about 4 different cameras.
Really?
Not at the same time, but I got options. I'll put one here, sometimes 2 at the same time.
What kind of are they all GoPros or what are you using?
I don't own a GoPro.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have a DJI Action 3.
Okay.
I have a DJI drone. It's the Air S.
I was going to mention you had a drone. So you don't just start off with that camera gear. What's your background in that stuff?
I had a small videography company, and I shot a couple weddings, literally a couple weddings.
I've done weddings, man.
Yeah.
Were you solo when you did it?
My wife helped me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, at least she was there. I mean, aren't those the hardest thing? That's a grind.
I loved it because I wanted to capture their story.
Yes.
In a video to where they can watch it forever.
I mean,
And
wow, you
I
put
was
it like that. I
responsible
mean,
for it. Yeah, it's
geez,
like
man,
all
like
your
that.
dreams of this beautiful wedding. I want to be responsible for sharing it with all your relatives, forever. Yeah, so I had a little background. Like I said, I only did like 2 or 3 videos with weddings, but I did recreational videos with YouTube on a motorcycle page that I have.
Okay. I think that cinematography and your videography really kind of separates you from a lot of the other YouTubers.
I didn't know that. Thank you.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Because it's like it's a polished thing. Like the aerial shots that you have, very smooth editing. I mean, it's coming from a place because I'm an editor, but I think that I'm just saying keep it up because I think that can make you unique. In the way that is.
And more people like recently have been like, man, we want to see more drone footage, and I'm like, for real?
For sure.
You want to see that?
Dude, everybody loves a good drone.
Yeah.
Our poor drone, Raul. What happened to our drone? It's got crashed too many times. Yeah. Poor drone.
Yeah.
Well, what I want to know is, how do you stay positive all the time when you're out on the road, man? And this is probably just you in life. I know. We got to give it up to the guy upstairs, but
true.
how do you stay positive with everything? Because driving on the road, it can be lonely,
It
right?
does. It does.
And then you gotta get down.
The first thing, I wake up every morning, man, knowing I'm blessed.
Right.
One, we live in America, best country in the world.
Amen.
We wake up privileged to things that other countries don't have. And for me to be in the beginning in somebody else's truck, knowing the truck that I wanted to get, knowing that I'm on my journey, and this journey sometimes you got to walk by yourself.
Mm-hmm.
It gets lonely, it gets depressing, but I never wanted to put that energy on my camera. It's been days I started recording, and my energy was off, and I stopped recording because I never wanted to bring that negative energy to my camera.
Right.
And so most days I'm happy and I'm upbeat.
Yeah.
And I get to see so many. When I was doing flatbed, I saw so many cool new things, and I'm like, look at this big machine I'm about to put on my truck. So that was just exciting, man. It's like a kid in a candy store when you see all these pieces of equipment that you're gonna strap down to your truck, and it's just exciting to me. I love it.
So what are you hauling? What are you hauling now?
I'm driving for right now. I want to get back in the flatbed, but I need to follow the money right now. Right now, over with Landstar, there's, from what I'm seeing, is more money in driving. If somebody can plug me into the right people with flatbed that's paying more,
Any
then
flatbedders out there, you got a hard-working driver out here, which, I mean, come on. We know it's a commodity, to find somebody that's responsible.
But it's kind of seasonal, too, with flatbed. You'll have
that's true, yeah.
A good season mostly during late spring, summer, early fall. And then when the winter rolls around, people are doing less outside work. And a lot of that lumber or whatever we're hauling starts to decrease in orders.
Oh, right. We had the YouTubers are called Married to the Road.
Yeah.
And they haul, they call them specialized equipment, but it's like military stuff.
Yeah.
They go to bases. They do that would be nuts, right? To have these armed guards. Like there was a story of a dude sitting in the back with a gun, and because what you're carrying, it's like, what am I carrying? Would you sign yourself up for something like that?
I would. I'm retired military.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
So again, that is. How many truckers do you know that are retired military?
I want to think it's a few of them out here.
Right?
Yeah,
many. Well, first off, thank you for your service.
Oh, it's an honor. 21 years, man.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't look it, but 21 years. Yeah, I joined at 17, so I was
look good. You do.
I made a good, bad decision. Again, I didn't know what I was doing. I'm like, just make a decision, and I just stayed. Yeah.
Why? And I asked this to to Matt, who is here. Why do you think ex-military make good truck drivers?
We're self-disciplined. If we can stay in the military for 20 plus years, we can drive a truck and get it there on time. And a lot of times, the equipment that we move were trucks. I drove 5-ton dump trucks. I drove
in the military.
In the military, like all kind of equipment, whether I was licensed for it or not. They was like, "Hey, go get in that truck." And most of the military trucks don't have keys, for people that don't know. You just go in there and start flipping switches and the truck turns on. They keep like a chain over the steering wheel so you can't turn it. And as long
like
as you...
the club.
Yeah, it's basically like the club. So as long as you unlock the steering wheel and you got motion of the steering wheel, you can flip some switches and just crank up equipment. And so that's what I used to do. Just go crank up people's equipment and just drive it around. I was in the engineering unit, so we had tons of heavy equipment.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, we're here with, oh my gosh, with Zeke. My bad. With Zeke.
Zeke Dog.
My bad. Zeke Dog Trucking.
Yeah.
And we're having a blast. It's Matt's 2024. Zeke, now I lost my train of thought, man. What else do you have to say about trucking as a whole? Like, what advice would you give to somebody that's just starting out?
Oh, yeah,
because
I got some good advice.
I learned the hard way in everything. I have to learn the hard way. So
the best advice I can give truckers new is find a place to park early. That was the hardest part about trucking is once you get started that morning, like mentally I'm thinking, where am I going to park this truck tonight?
That's the first thing you're thinking.
Yeah.
What I mean, how long have you looked for a space?
Over an hour sometimes. And sometimes it's
Are you
just
just
not
like,
there.
this is good?
You know,
Yeah.
I've parked places I should not have parked. Like, not like bad places,
Right.
but I've blocked people in, and I'm like, you know,
Not-
wake
just
me up
not
in the
yet.
morning, you know, because, man, I'm out of time. And, you know, when
Right.
you run out of time, that's it. And some places, when you're traveling, you're trying to get closer to that delivery location.
Right.
So that you can get up and go ahead and get it delivered. But there are a limited amount of truck parking space. The further you get on the northeastern corridor,
Okay.
the less parking you get. And if you're not parked sometime by 4 p.m., you may not find a park.
That's such a crazy problem. I'm sure
Yeah.
they didn't tell you about that in CDL class.
No, they didn't. They didn't. But yeah, parking is like one of the biggest things. Nationwide, I think it's a problem.
Right.
Yeah, so if we could fix that and get more states to say, hey, we're going to fund an additional 50 parks at every truck stop or rest area, I mean, 50 parks would be beneficial.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
just start loading them up on the freeway.
Yeah, that's like the number one thing. I think the number two thing would be the rates right now, man. The rates got to go back up. You got a lot of people taking freight at $1 anything a mile, and that's crazy.
What? How can they survive on rates that low?
You can't. You're paying them to drive their freight if you're running for $1 anything.
It's like the industry is undercutting itself.
Yeah. So, I mean, unfortunately, they may need to go out of business so they can stop taking that cheap freight and let the real truckers out here.
Right. Get out the way.
Yeah, move on out the
Yeah.
way for us, man. So, yeah,